Is it on now? Oh, it says it's working now. Hopefully you can hear me. I hope it's working. It shows it's going. Thank goodness you were on here to help me with that. Hopefully it's fixed though. Oh, good. Thank you for telling me, seriously. It was all working, but the program evidently needed a minute, so it's good now. Well, then I'll say what I was saying before, that the other day I put out the Monica trial, day 1 of Robert taking the stand, and I did how many times he looked at her throughout day 1. Day 2 is insane. Like, it's like triple the amount or more than triple the amount of times that he looked at her. And I'm still not done with it. There's just so many. So hopefully I'll get it out. Probably during their lunch break, I'll be working on it and I'll be able to get it out after that. And I also was saying, having to sit here and rewatch both of those days and even like multiple times just to do all my edits, there were 2 times that his face would stray away from what his normal had been the entire time. And I'm wondering if it's because those 2 times he knew he was straight up lying. So at some point I'll take those as well and we can talk about them. But it's definitely very interesting. And I'm excited that the state is still going today. Cannot wait. Thank goodness they're never on time. Made me being a couple minutes late okay.
Attendance present. All council present, jury and alternate present.
Here we
Good
go.
morning. Mr. Baker is still under oath, and the people may continue with their cross-examination.
Friday, we were talking about the burner phones that you purchased in Victorville the day that you went to the wake at the Sementilli residence. Do you remember that?
I remember talking about that, yes.
And you said you didn't give Monica any of the burner phones at the wake, right?
No.
You do remember that, right?
I do remember that.
I'm sorry?
I do remember that.
Deputy, can you move the microphone closer to Mr. Baker? No? Thank you.
You knew that January 31st, Monica was going back to Toronto for the funeral and memorial services in Canada for Fabio, right?
I don't know the exact date, but I know she was going.
And that's the same time you went to Las Vegas, right?
I think so.
You don't remember?
I really don't.
Looking at People's 218, do you see the date, January 31st,
Yes,
2017,
I do.
8:30 at night, which is California time?
Okay.
record for that ZTE telephone that we talked about last week that you bought for Monica. See right here where it says "Welcome to Canada"?
I see it.
So if you didn't give her that burner phone, did she come to your apartment at some point in time and you gave it to her there? Or?
No, I really don't remember that because I thought it was later, much later than that. I didn't remember seeing her until February. I mean, besides the wake.
You didn't see her until February.
To my recollection, I don't remember. I really don't remember. I don't have all the dates. I don't remember these dates.
See this document here?
I believe you.
You also told the jury last week that you wanted the defendant to be happy. You wanted Monica to be happy, right?
I did.
And you felt that she was happiest when she was with you, right?
I felt that way.
And you told us last week because when she was with you, she could really enjoy herself and be who she was, her real self, right?
She could.
So that meant when she was not with you, she could not be her real self, correct?
Sustained.
You told us last week that Monica was living two different lives and that every time she had any free time, she would call you and you would get together.
Call or text, correct.
And then the two of you would get together on her timeline, right?
Correct.
And when you were together, that's when you felt Monica could be herself and happiest.
I'll allow it.
Correct?
Yes.
I think you also testified last week that Monica would let you know when Fabio traveled, right?
Yes.
And that was when the two of you could spend even more time together, correct?
This is right, correct.
But she never stayed out overnight, never stayed during the night hours with you, right?
You mean like overnight, like all overnight?
Yes.
For the entire time? Or while he was around?
Both.
Well, maybe once or twice.
So isn't it true that there are numerous occasions after the murder, starting as early as the beginning of February, where Monica would stay with you until 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock even in the morning before going home?
Well, could have been. I don't remember. Could have
Sounds
been.
like that could have been?
It could have been.
More than just once or twice, as you just told the jury?
Could have been.
She ever tell you that her daughters wanted her home more?
No.
She ever tell you that one of her daughters was having substantial issues regarding Fabio's murder and needed to seek therapy?
Objection, no foundation.
So,
She mentioned that she was in counseling.
Who?
One of her daughters.
Okay. She tell you which?
I don't remember which one.
Did she tell you that one of her daughters was afraid to be in the house where her father was murdered by you?
She just said that they was in counseling. One of the daughters were in counseling. That's all I remember.
Do you remember her ever telling you that her daughter was afraid to be alone in the house because of what had happened there?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she couldn't spend hours during the night with you because she needed to be home where her daughters needed her after their father had been murdered in their home?
She mentioned it. She mentioned it once or twice that she had to leave because she had to check on her daughters.
She ever tell you that she couldn't spend hours and hours during the nighttime with you because her daughter was afraid to be home alone in the house.
Most of the time, she just left.
Most of the time she left.
Yeah.
So she didn't say anything about her daughter being afraid about being in the house.
That's an estimate.
It's overruled.
She might have mentioned it. I wasn't keeping track like that.
Didn't mean anything to you.
If I wouldn't, of course, it would mean something, but I just don't remember.
Well, obviously it didn't mean much, right? Because you had no problem murdering
Objection, that's argument.
the father
That's argument.
of the two girls, right?
I've already
Excuse
said
me.
I already
It's
said I
overruled.
did.
You didn't have any problem doing that. You didn't think of them at all, correct?
I already said I did it.
You did it?
I already did. I already
That's
said
a
I.
different question. My
did.
question is, did you think at all about the trauma that you would inflict for a lifetime on these two young girls and losing their father in their home in such a horrific manner? Did
No,
that ever cross your mind?
no. To make this easy for you, no.
Because you didn't really care about them, right?
I cared about him.
You cared a lot about them.
I cared about him.
You cared about them so much that you, again, took their father away from them in their home where they lived. The place that's supposed to be your sanctuary, right?
Can I answer now? I'm trying to answer. You keep going and going. I do care.
Objection, move to strike. Non-responsive.
Stricken.
Answer the question.
Ask again. Ask again one more time.
You cared so much about them that you destroyed their feeling of safety in their own home.
Well, I don't know how they felt, but I did care. I did care about them.
Didn't you tell your friends, like we saw in messages last week, that once the girls graduated school, the two of you were going to leave the country?
I never saw no text like that.
How about traveling once the girls finished school?
I never saw any text like that either.
You didn't? You didn't see that last week when I showed you Michael Spence and
I didn't
your
see anything
message
about-
to Run Ray?
I didn't see
Did you
anything.
already forget it from Friday? It's hard to keep lies straight when you tell so many of them, right?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Are you finding it difficult to keep your stories straight?
You're asking 4 questions at a time. When I try to answer, you cut me off.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike.
Stricken.
Again,
One
are
more
you
time.
finding it hard to keep all of your stories straight?
That's argument.
Sustained.
How many different stories would you venture you've told since your first interview with Monica's lawyers? How many? Give us an estimate.
2,
Okay.
maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, maybe 2, without thinking too hard.
One being the letter, right?
1 being the letter.
How long would you say it took you to write that letter? I think it's 7 pages, front and back, handwritten.
A day.
A full day.
A day.
So did you spend a lot of time thinking about what you were going to say in that letter?
I did.
And during the time that you spent that entire day writing this letter, did you think about all of the lies that you were telling Monica's lawyers?
I was thinking about what I'm writing in the letter.
The lies, right?
Whatever I was writing in the letter.
Well, you agreed last week that everything you wrote in the letter was a lie.
Not everything, but
Which part was true?
I got to look at the letter.
We'll do that.
All right.
Approximately how many lies would you say you told in that letter?
I don't know. I can't.
Your Honor, that's argument.
It's overruled.
I haven't. I got to count.
Give me an estimate.
I don't have. I'm not giving an estimate because I don't know.
10?
I don't know. I
50?
don't know.
100?
That's argument.
It's overruled.
I don't know. I have to see the letter.
200?
I don't know. I have to see the letter.
How about 360?
I don't know. I have to see the letter.
You also testified last week that you and Monica went to Las Vegas before you murdered Fabio. When was that?
This is 8 to 10 years ago. I don't remember all these dates and times, and
It
I
was
don't.
8, not 10.
8, 10.
That
I
was
don't
your
remember.
testimony that
I
last
don't
week, right? You
remember
told this jury
when.
that you and Monica went to Vegas before the murder. So my question to you is, when? What month?
I'm going to guess May.
May.
I'm going to guess May.
Was that a time when Fabio was out of town?
No, it's going to have to be,
Why would it have to be?
because it's usually the only time she could get away.
And where did the two of you stay when you went in May? That would have been 2016. Where did the two of you stay?
And one of the casinos, I don't remember the name exactly.
You don't remember.
I don't remember the name of the casino, so it was one of the casinos.
Who paid?
I believe it must have been her, but I'm not sure. I think it was her. I'm pretty sure it was her.
And what did the two of you do while you were there? Was it just the two of you?
Just the two of us.
Okay. And what did the two of you do?
Restaurant.
Such as what?
I don't remember. I don't remember, but it went to the restaurant.
Which restaurant?
I don't remember.
What else did you do besides going to a restaurant in May of 2016 before Fabio's murder?
I believed we gambled someplace.
Okay. Where was that?
At one of the casinos, whatever casino we were staying at. I just don't remember which one it was, but I remember because I don't know how to gamble, so I just kind of watched her.
And did you give her money to gamble with?
Yeah.
Where did that money come from?
From my revenues, wherever I got it from.
How much money do you think you had in your accounts at Chase back in 2016?
I don't know. I pulled most of it out. I don't keep money in banks if I can avoid it. I pull
So
most
where
of
would
it
you
out.
keep it? Under your pillow?
No pillow.
If you didn't keep money in banks, why did you have numerous Chase accounts?
I said I didn't like keeping money in banks. I didn't say I didn't have them.
So you just had bank accounts just for the sake of having them?
Yeah, you need bank accounts to live sometimes.
But you didn't put money in them, so where would you keep your money?
Well, I did put money in them, but I would take it back out again eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
So how much money do you think you had in all of your Chase accounts together back in 2016?
I have no idea.
Approximately.
I don't know.
$1,000?
That's the answer, Your Honor.
Total.
I don't know.
How about like $40?
Okay, I don't know.
You don't remember anything about how much money you had in your bank accounts?
I don't. I really don't. It's a long time ago.
Understood. But you told us last week about all of the details you remembered from the day of the murder, even though you couldn't remember the date. You remember that?
Correct.
So is that because you committed those details to memory as opposed to everything else?
No, it's pretty much a traumatic experience for everybody concerned. That's something I could remember.
I see. We'll talk about that as well.
Objection, Your Honor. That's fine.
I'm sorry. That is sustained.
You also said that you used the same phone with her, meaning Monica. Which phone was that?
The Samsung.
Which one? You had three.
the 6, I believe it was.
The S6. Is that what you're saying?
I believe it was the 6.
Okay. And what did you do with that phone?
It got lost.
It got lost.
It got lost.
And because it got lost, you got another one from Al Birdsong, right?
Wrong.
Okay, so explain to us.
I lost the phone. I got a new one.
Okay. So when did you get the phone from Al Birdsong?
Objection, fact found in evidence.
It's overruled.
Way before I met her.
Before you met Monica.
Yeah.
Do you know what year the essay came out?
I guess 2016, 17.
Would it surprise you to know it would have been after the murder?
17. Okay.
So it wasn't way before you met Monica, because you told us you met Monica in 2015, and within a couple of weeks.
I think you're missing your facts here, because the 8 was not Al's phone. It was mine.
That you got from Al. We talked about that last week, remember?
No, I had got another phone from Al. It was not the 8.
Oh, I see.
You get your
Okay.
facts messed up again.
Okay. I'm the one with the facts messed up.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not a question.
It's argumentative, sustained on that.
And when you said that the phone got lost, the S6, did it get lost the same way that your computer got lost?
Yes. You know, I don't know, because the 6 I thought I lost, but it might have got stolen, and the computer got stolen.
The computer was stolen.
Yeah.
Where was it stolen from?
From my truck.
And did you report that to the police?
No.
Why not?
There's no need to.
Do you remember in a conversation with Monica after your arrest where she asked you if you had gotten rid of your computer? Do you remember that conversation?
I don't.
Do you remember telling her that it was gone? Does that ring a bell?
No.
Do you remember her asking you if it was gone?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Do you remember telling her it was just a coincidence that it happened to break the day before, and so you got rid of it? Remember that?
No.
So, which would be the truth? The fact that your computer was stolen, or the fact that you made it gone by getting rid of it?
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
Well, when it's in my truck and then it disappears, I guess that would be stolen, if I don't know where it is.
But that's not the story you told Monica.
Now, what I tell her is something different.
Oh, I see. So you lied to her also?
On that occasion? Yeah.
On numerous occasions.
I don't know about all that.
So when you said that you used the same phone with your conversations with Monica, what's the phone number?
The 272 number.
1093?
Correct.
Did you switch the SIM card between your Samsungs?
No. Mm-mm.
No.
No.
So how is it that you had two different phones with the same phone number?
I don't even think that's doable.
Okay. At any point in time, did you transfer your number to a different phone?
From the 6 to the 8.
Okay. How about from the S4 to the 8?
Yeah, I mean, that was before her time. Yeah, probably. I got a new phone.
So you didn't use the Samsung S4 with Monica?
I don't think so.
Could
I'm
you
not
be
sure.
wrong?
I'm not sure. It's a long time ago. I don't remember.
The Samsung S4 was found, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. You also told us that you were only at the Sementilli home once or twice. Do you remember that before the murder? That's what you told this jury last week.
I'm kind of tired, so I'm trying to keep up with you.
Well, today's a fresh
think so.
day, right?
For you, not for me. I'm tired.
Okay.
So, I probably did.
Probably did what?
Said what you said for a couple of times to go to our house. 1 or 2 times.
Could it be more than that?
Might have been. Might have been.
So when you answered a question, and as you said, you are here testifying, so it would be an official statement.
Correct.
Right? It would be important that the answers that you give are accurate, right? Because you don't want to mislead these people, right?
Exactly.
So were you there only once or twice, or were you there numerous times?
You know what? Since you want accuracy, I can't give you an exact number anymore because I can't be accurate.
You have an estimate?
No, I can't because I need to be accurate because I don't want you to keep calling me a liar because I'm getting estimates.
Okay. Was one of the times that you were at the Sementilli house the day that Monica met with the company to install the new surveillance system on the house?
Was I there? You're asking me?
Yep.
I don't remember that. I really don't.
So you may have been?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so.
If I were to tell you that your phone connected to the Sementilli Wi-Fi that day, around 8 o'clock in the morning on June 28th, does that help you remember?
No.
I think you also told us that you and Monica went out to various places, bars, restaurants, and I think your words were you did everything together. Remember that last week?
I remember saying that.
Did you also take her to Los Angeles to meet some of your friends?
I'm sure I did. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sure I did. Eventually, I introduced her to somebody.
Do you remember telling Ricardo and Sheila that you introduced her to some of your friends down in South LA and she really liked them?
I don't remember that.
Did you ever take her to any friends' birthday parties?
I don't remember if I did or not.
How about Roger Brown's?
His birthday party? I remember taking her to a El Presidente. I can't remember if it was his birthday party or not. It was some kind of get-together, but I can't remember if it was his birthday.
Do you remember taking Monica to Roger Brown's birthday party in 2016 and introducing her to him as Madonna?
It could have been. It could have been.
Do you remember having Roger take you to a Starbucks in the Glendale area and meeting up again with Monica, who once again you introduced as Madonna?
I can't remember it because I've done a lot. I've been everywhere, so I can't remember.
You were everywhere.
I've been a lot of places.
Okay. And I think you actually told us last week, in terms of being a lot of places, that the night of the murder, after you were done with cleaning up, getting rid of clothing, changing around the rental car where it was parked, dumping the Porsche, going to work, and various other things, that you drove around the San Fernando Valley all night long to keep an eye out. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so how did driving around 260 square miles help you keep an eye out?
Staying on the move, that's all.
Staying on the move.
Yeah.
For what reason?
Because this crime has just been committed by me, so I'm staying on the move.
Okay, but you didn't know that anything would connect you to the crime. In fact, you told numerous people you didn't do it and There was no evidence connecting you to the crime, even after your arrest, right?
Objection, that's compound.
It's overruled.
Which part do you want me to answer again?
All
Which
of
part?
it.
All right. So, yes, I tell people that I didn't do it because I didn't want to get turned in that night.
So again, more lies,
Of course.
including to friends.
Of course.
Okay. And what about the other part?
Which is,
How
remind me.
would anybody know the night of the murder that you were the one that committed the crime?
Well, just in case they had a camp.
Speculation.
Yeah, it's harm sustained.
Why did you think it was necessary to be on the move?
Just in case they caught a camera on me or something. And, you know, it's a guilty conscience. That's all. It's a guilty conscience kept me on the move.
Conscience.
You know,
You know
yes.
how to spell conscience?
No, not right now.
Irrelevant.
It's argumentative to stand on that ground.
You told this jury last week that you're very smart. Do you remember that?
Most of the time.
You also told the jury last week that you're a prize. Do you remember that?
I describe myself as that another a certain term, but no, I'm not.
You also told the jury last week that sometime in the middle of 2016, you had an abstract idea about killing Fabio Sementilli. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, what if it comes to that? Why in the middle of 2016 did you think, what if it comes to that in terms of committing a murder?
The thought occurred to me when I spent time with Monica, that every time when I was with her and he called her page, she panicked.
She panicked.
Yeah.
So when she panicked, did she go running straight home?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. What about the time when Fabio was out of town on business and late at night he called to say good night to her, and after he called to say good night, she went running over to your house? Wouldn't that be the opposite?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation is argumentative.
That has nothing to do with
Excuse me.
me.
It's overruled.
That has nothing
It
to
has
do with me.
nothing to do with you.
No.
So after the murder, you went to stay rather than driving around the San Fernando Valley all night and through the next day where you slept in your car with someone named LaShane Holmes, right?
So, yes.
So again, does that refresh your recollection that rather than driving around the valley to keep an eye out or to stay on the move, you actually went and stayed with your friend LaShane, right?
I don't think I went there that night. I don't think.
If I were to tell you that forensic evidence, meaning cell tower data, puts you there,
Okay.
and that was testified to in this trial, that you were there for a couple of nights, does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, yeah.
So when you told this jury that you stayed out driving around all night on the night of January 23rd, you were not truthful with them, correct? Because again, it's an official statement.
Well, I'm not 100% accurate on it, no.
So you're
But I
just-
was driving around all night.
Driving around, but you stayed at someone's house.
I just don't remember what day it was. I thought it was a Friday or something, or a Thursday or something.
Didn't you tell us last week you knew it was a Monday? That was the one thing you remembered?
I do. I remember it was a Monday when this thing happened.
So is it a Monday, or is it a Thursday, or is it a Friday? Which is it now?
Well, I guess I better start being really accurate. So,
You're testifying under oth, sir.
I know. I'm trying to. You keep asking me for estimates and everything else. I'm trying to answer.
Mm-hmm.
So, I did drive around, and I drove around the valley most of the night. So,
Did you go stay at LaShane's home the next night too?
I don't know. I know I stayed there. I just don't know what night it was.
And it was after the murder, right?
Yes, yes.
And what was the purpose of going to stay with LaShane?
I felt kind of safe there
Why?
because it's out of San Fernando Valley.
Okay. So again, you didn't drive around for 2 nights sleeping in your car. You actually stayed at a place where you felt safe, right?
Overruled.
Yeah, I did. I drove around. I stayed there one or two of those nights or whatever, I did go there.
And how do you know Lashane?
I did time with Lashane.
He's also a registered sex offender, right?
Yes.
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes.
And you kept papers relating to your case as well as Lashane's case at a storage facility in Las Vegas, right?
I don't know about his, but I know I had mine over there.
Why would you also have Lashane's?
I kept.
Background on it.
Sustained.
Did you also have Lashane's paperwork from his sex case?
I don't know. I don't know if I did, but I had his property.
You had his property.
Some of it.
Oh, so you do remember that now.
I had some of his property, but I don't know about his case.
Now, you also testified last week that you had an extra phone that you threw away. Would that have been a burner phone?
An extra phone. You mean not my 1072 number or 1093 number? That one?
This was what you testified to. I have no idea.
Well, I want to be accurate because I want to make sure I get
You
every
said
answer right.
I had a throwaway extra phone.
Okay, I did.
Would that be a burner phone?
Yes,
Under a number and a name and address that doesn't connect to you?
correct.
And that was at the time of the murder?
Correct.
How many phones did you have at the time of the murder?
Maybe, I don't know, no guessing. I can't be accurate on that.
At least 3?
I can't be accurate. I don't want you calling me a liar, so I can't really be accurate.
At least 4?
I can't be accurate on that.
What's
It's not
an
4.
estimate?
Not 4.
Okay.
Sure, not 4.
So 3 or under?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just don't want to. I want to give you an accurate answer though. But it's not that many. I didn't have that many.
Not as many as 3?
Not as many as 4.
So you remember in your head that detail? That
I know it
was
wasn't
3
that
or
many.
under?
Yeah, I know it wasn't that many.
Now, in the middle of 2016, when you said you started having a thought about killing Fabio Sementilli, did you send an ATM card to your best friend's son, Chris Austin, to purchase a plane ticket to come to LA?
I sent him an ATM card
And your PIN
and my PIN.
to purchase a flight to come to Los Angeles. Remember that?
I don't remember that. I sent him an ATM and a PIN number for him to use for whatever was going to be needed, whether he needed money or for anything.
Do you remember picking him up at the airport in July of 2016?
I don't remember.
Do you remember driving with him to Las Vegas?
I do remember that.
So, do you remember now, again, sending him your ATM card, talking to him about buying a flight from, at that point, Alaska to LAX, where you then picked him up?
I remember sending him an ATM card with a PIN number with the intent for him to use that card for any time it was needed.
So you're saying he just showed up at LAX and by coincidence you just happened to be there at the curb?
No.
There would have been a plan, right?
Well, if I picked him up, it would have been.
Okay. And you said you do remember that now.
I remember going to Vegas with him. That's what you asked me.
Okay.
Not that. I
So-
didn't remember.
He would have had to fly in, right?
Correct.
He didn't walk from Alaska, right?
It's argumentative.
He flew in from Alaska based on money you gave him, correct?
If he used the money for that, yes.
Isn't that what you intended?
I intended to have him have an ATM card.
You still friends with his father?
I haven't talked to his father in a while.
Would it be safe to say, after ruining his son's life, that that relationship is over?
Objection argument.
Sustained.
You're no longer friends with his father, correct?
I haven't talked to the man.
You said he was your best friend.
Yes.
And so, again, he was your best friend, and you used his son, who you told us was loyal to you, and who you trusted implicitly, to commit a murder. Right?
Yes.
So again, in July of 2016, did you have a conversation with Chris Austin, asking him to fly into LA so the two of you could drive up to Las Vegas for a family meeting at Al Birdsong's?
I remember telling him that you should come down, that we should make sure I get this absolutely right. I remember telling him to come down. We need to talk about a couple of things.
Including going to Las Vegas to stay with Al, right?
I don't know if that was going to be, that was on the plan until later, or I don't remember that exactly, because I don't want you to hold me to that.
Okay.
I can't remember that.
Did the two of you go together in a rental car to Las Vegas to
Yes.
stay with Al Birdsong in July of 2016?
Yes.
And did you tell Chris Austin that you were going to meet up with Monica there because she was going to be there with her husband?
Yes.
And is it now coming back to you a little bit?
I'm with you. I remember these parts I remember.
Okay. So the two of you went and stayed with Al Birdsong, correct?
Yes.
You had a family meeting. Yes?
We all met.
And did you refer to that as a family meeting? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
So you've never referred to your visits to Al Birdsong's house with Chris Austin as a family meeting? Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember calling him that, but we just met.
Okay. And how many days did you and Austin stay in Las Vegas with Al?
I have no idea.
1 day? More than 1 day?
I don't want to be called a liar again. I can't give you an exact account.
Okay. So you were there for some period of time. Yes?
Some period of time.
Okay. And while you were there in July, did you talk to Austin and Al about murdering Fabio Sementilli?
No.
You did not.
I didn't say I'm going to murder him.
Did you talk to them, about murdering Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you show Chris Austin a knife while you were there?
I did later.
While you were in Las Vegas?
Yep.
Okay. So, again, did you and Chris Austin and Al Birdsong have a conversation about killing Fabio Sementilli in which you showed him a knife?
Al was not included in that conversation.
Okay, so it was at Birdsong's, but Al wasn't included.
Correct.
Got it. Did you and Chris Austin have a conversation where you told him at Al Birdsong's house that you were planning on murdering Fabio Sementilli?
I said the thought was coming up.
So you did have such a conversation.
Not with Al.
Okay. And you showed Chris Austin this knife, correct?
Eventually.
Okay. Again, during this same trip, right?
I'm pretty sure.
And did you and Chris Austin go over to the Aria where you knew Monica was staying in order to introduce him to Monica?
I had no intention on letting him see Monica there.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Second.
Again, did you take Chris Austin to the Aria?
We went to the Aria.
where you knew Monica was staying, right?
If that was the Aria, yeah.
Well, you knew where Monica was staying, right? She sent you,
Objection, yes.
There's no answer.
Yes.
she sent you an email, right?
I don't know about the email, but I knew.
She sent you an email with the travel arrangements for Las Vegas. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
Showing you what's been marked previously as People's 216, the front page. Do you see the subject line here?
I do.
Do you recognize Monica's email address?
No, now I do.
That's the one you got emails from her often, right?
I wouldn't say often, but I did get emails from that email every now and again.
You knew that was Monica's email, right? You're not trying to tell the jury you didn't know her email address, are you?
I didn't say that.
Overruled.
I didn't say that.
So you do recognize this as her email address?
I just said I do.
Okay. See the date there? July 18th, 2016? A couple
Yes.
minutes before 7 p.m.?
I see it.
Whose email is this? Diane at Arball1.
It's one of my emails.
And do you see that this is an email that was forwarded from Fabio Sementilli to his wife?
Okay.
Do you see that?
That's what it says.
And below that, do you see the confirmation that Monica and Fabio were going to be staying at the Aria during this trip?
I see it.
At the Sky Suites. This was sent to you, right?
I don't remember seeing this, but okay. But I already knew I knew where he was going.
You don't remember this email?
I don't.
In your inbox?
Just almost 10 years ago. I don't remember all these details like this. You've been studying this for months. I haven't seen any of this.
But you were asking for it, so I'm showing you, right?
You're showing me.
Okay. And you see that it tells Monica and Fabio where they're staying at the Aria in the Sky Suites. You see that?
I see it.
And you see on the second page, there's even a map of where the events are to take place at the hotel. See that?
I see it.
And even a path has been written in by somebody by hand with an arrow as to a meeting place. Do you see that?
I see the arrow and I see something.
And this was the same time that you went with Chris Austin, right? To the Aria, right?
Yes.
In fact, you have charges on your Chase account for the Aria during that trip, right?
I don't know.
Well,
don't
let's
remember.
look at Exhibit 185. You have an account, you had a checking account at JP Morgan Chase, correct?
Yes.
What's your middle name?
Lewis.
See here, July 25th, Enterprise Rent-A-Car from Canoga Park.
I see
that?
it.
See the date of the charge, July 22nd and 23rd.
I see it.
Okay. And do you see after that a charge on the 25th at the Chevron station in Primm, Nevada?
I see it.
That's on the way to Las Vegas from California, right?
It has to be.
You've made that trip numerous times, right?
Numerous times.
And then do you see just below it a purchase on the 25th at Smith's? It was made on the 24th, posted on the 25th at Smith's Food and Drug You see that?
I do.
Do you see beneath that cash being removed from a non-ATM chase on the 24th of July? Do you see that?
I do.
That ATM located at the Aria. You see that?
I do.
And then just beneath that, do you see a desert pit stop on July 27th in Las Vegas?
I do.
And then returning the Enterprise rental car at some point after the 26th, correct? So you had it for several days, right?
It appears so.
Does that refresh your recollection about you and, bless you, Chris Austin going to the Aria where you said you were not going to let him have any contact with Monica?
And that doesn't mean she has to have contact with him. That
Okay.
doesn't mean anything. But yeah, it was there.
So we had testimony about a week and a half ago from a geolocation expert who put you, Monica, and Chris Austin together at the Aria. Does that ring any bells to you?
And misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Absolutely not.
And just before you went to meet up with Monica, she called you to tell you where she was. Isn't that right?
I don't remember.
So if she called you just before the phone records show the three of you together at the Aria, you don't remember what that would have been about.
Monica, unless I don't know something I don't already know, they never met in the Aria.
Okay. But you did, right?
I
You met with her.
Yeah, I did.
Because while her husband was busy during the day, once again, she was free to meet with you, right?
Probably for like a minute or two,
A minute or two.
maybe.
How many of the days while you were in Las Vegas with Chris Austin and Al Birdsong did you meet up with Monica?
I really don't remember the exact times and how many times it was. I don't know how many times exactly it was.
So you and Chris Austin didn't meet up with Monica in order to set up a plan to kill Fabio.
No.
Why do you say that with such surety in your voice, since that's what you did shortly thereafter?
Sorry.
Sustain.
So did you meet up with Monica each of the days that she was in Las Vegas while she was on this trip with Fabio?
My memory only serves me that I remember seeing her two separate days. That is all I can remember.
Okay. And not with Chris Austin.
Never with Chris Austin.
So if the phone records put the three of you together, he would have been close by but not with you?
Jackson had misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
If he was at a bar, because I remember going to meet Monica by some slot machines. I told him to stay at the bar. I'll be back. And I wanted to talk to her quickly just to say hello, whatever. But she said she was doing her host thing, whatever she was doing.
So now you remember the details that actually Austin was with you at the Aria, but he was at a bar.
He was at the bar someplace
in the
else.
Aria.
In the, yeah, wherever he was over there away from her.
Okay. And she was at a slot machine.
No, she was at some lounge and she met me by a slot machine.
Okay. Close to where Austin was.
And I don't think they saw each other, not at all. They couldn't have seen each other. It was a good distance.
Well, nevertheless, if they didn't see each other, when you came back after that trip with Austin from Las Vegas, you took him to LA Fitness and he met Monica. You introduced them, right?
I introduced him to everybody. So if she was
Including
there,
Monica, right?
if she was there, he got introduced. if she was there.
And he played racquetball with Monica, right?
I don't remember.
Is that a possibility?
I don't remember.
Was he playing racquetball with various people at the gym that day?
I don't even remember him playing racquetball because he sucked at racquetball.
Okay. So were you playing racquetball that day at LA Fitness?
I most likely if I was there, but I hate to say I did, and you said I didn't, so I don't remember either. But chances are I did if I was there.
And so what would Chris Austin do? Just sit there watching you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that day going out for lunch with Austin and some of the other individuals from the racquetball group?
I don't remember.
Is that a possibility?
I just don't remember. Anything's possible.
And later that night, isn't it true that you took Chris Austin with you and went over to Monica's house?
Now that is possible. That is possible.
And the three of you had pizza together. Remember that?
I don't remember the pizza part.
So what would have been your purpose of taking Chris Austin over to the Sementilli home that night when she came back from Las Vegas while her husband was still there working?
I don't even know if he was working. I have no idea if he's working or not. If I saw her,
You remember doing that, don't you? You
vaguely,
were there for several hours. Remember that?
vaguely. If I was there for several hours, that means he wasn't there.
Remember showing him around the house?
No, I don't.
You remember Monica showing him the patio area?
Could be. I don't.
You remember telling him that this is the area where Fabio always liked to hang out?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember leaving Chris to watch television in the living room while you and Monica went back into the bedroom to have sex? Does that ring a bell?
No, I don't remember that, but I'm sure something like that would happen.
Okay. So you don't remember, but you're sure it happened?
No, I said it probably would have happened. It's possible.
And in which case, if it was probable or possible, whichever word you use, that you and Chris Austin went to Monica's. So they clearly met, right?
I remember bringing him with me for some reason to go to the house, but it wasn't for that.
For
But I
what?
do-
To have dinner?
No, for you're saying to plan a murder. It had nothing to do with that.
Well, you already told us.
But it wasn't. That's what it was for.
You already told us that just before this, you were in Las Vegas with Chris Austin, where you talked to him about planning a murder and showed him a knife.
That wasn't the plan, though, to go there that day. If I remember right, it wasn't for that. I can't even remember why I went up there for, but it wasn't that. I can't remember what it was for.
But again, just prior to going to the Sementilli home with Austin, you had talked to him again, as you told us, in Las Vegas. Same period of time here, last week in July of 2016, where you brought a knife with you to Las Vegas, picked him up at the airport, and discussed with him murdering Fabio Sementilli.
Objection, since facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Grove.
There was a lot of questions in that one statement. So,
Break it down. Go ahead.
well, I'm tired, so you gotta take it slow.
You told us you went to Las Vegas,
Okay.
picked Austin up at the airport.
Yes.
Right? We finally got to that.
Yes.
Planned with him that he should come out so you guys could go to Vegas, right?
That was not the plan, but it was one of the plans that we did along the way.
Well,
The
it
plan.
wound up being the plan, right?
I'm trying to
Look
answer you.
here at this exhibit, right?
The plan was for me and him to get together to talk about stuff that was going on other than a murder.
Except you talked to him about a murder, meaning
Eventually,
the murder.
I brought it up to him.
That was the reason for having him come out, right? So you could discuss the murder and see whether or not he'd be on board.
Eventually, that would come to it.
That was the whole point, right? I mean, that's what you told the defense team, right? In one of your 2 interviews?
That was not the main reason,
Okay.
but it was a reason.
Okay. All right. So the 2 of you then drive to Las Vegas to stay with Al, right?
Yes.
And you show him the knife, right?
Okay.
Isn't that what you told us?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Where'd you buy that knife, by the way? The one you brought with you to Vegas to show to Austin.
I believe it was a Walmart.
And when you showed him the knife, he said what?
He didn't say anything.
He just listened.
Just listened,
You did all the talking.
for the most part.
And you told him in July of 2016, while you were in Las Vegas, as Monica and her husband were, that you were planning on killing Monica's husband. Right?
I said it may come to that.
Okay. Well, you had gone beyond may come to that. You already purchased a knife.
Yeah, but I'm not going to
And
do
now
anything.
you're talking to your potential co-conspirator
Yeah, but
about
I'm not
murder, right?
But I'm not going to do anything with all those charges on there. There was no way I was going to do anything in Vegas, not with all those cameras. There's
That
no
was
way.
my question, sir.
Okay. So it's,
It had gone
Go again.
beyond just a thought at this point. You had purchased a knife.
yeah, it's just to see what he's going to do. If he's going to back down.
Okay? And so you show Chris Austin the knife, and he says nothing.
He's just listening.
Okay? And so after you talk with him about the fact that you are planning to murder your girlfriend's husband,
Check this argument with Miss Stacy.
This question's not done yet.
the 2 of you then go to the Aria to meet with your girlfriend, right?
Overruled.
Right?
No, I do. He doesn't meet her because I don't want him to meet her.
Okay. But he comes with you, right?
He's in the car with me.
And you already told us he came in, or is that going to change now?
That's nothing changed.
Yeah, that's argument.
So he goes in with you, yes?
Goes in Aria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And where does he go?
He's all over the place.
I thought you said he was at a bar.
From the time you told me where I met her, he was at a bar, but he didn't move around.
Okay.
You expect him to be in the bar the whole time?
And then you and Monica meet up, right?
At some point.
Same time, while he's in the bar, you told us, or wandering around somewhere.
Well, he's supposed to have been at the bar. He could have been anywhere, but he wasn't with me. But he was supposed to have been at the bar.
But he's at the same location as you.
Yes.
And you have a conversation with Monica, right, while you're there. You told us 2 days, you recall at this point, right?
I had some type of communication with her.
Where you then told her, we're good. I got a guy to help me to be the lookout, right?
You're trying to feed this jury some crap. No.
Yeah, I'm feeding them
Yeah,
crap.
you are.
Okay? Didn't you have that conversation with her?
No.
Okay? So you just went there just to say hi,
Pretty much.
which you could have done by phone.
Could have, but I wanted to see her.
Okay. And then you go back again, as you said, another one of the days that you're there, right?
I'm sure I did.
Okay.
'Cause I remember
Bring
seeing her
Austin
the other
again?
day. No.
Left
Did
him
not.
home this day.
Say again?
You left him home at Al's that day.
I
Is that
don't
what
know
you're
where he
saying?
was. I don't know.
So he might have been with you.
I don't want to guess anymore. No more guessing.
Okay. All right, so you go to Vegas, you come back from Vegas, and then you talked about how you wanted to keep them separate, but then you bring Austin to LA Fitness, right?
Yes.
And Monica's there, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And then after LA Fitness, later that night, you take Austin and you bring him to the Sementilli home. Show him around, right?
I take him with me because I can't remember why I showed up that day. I don't remember why.
To show him the layout of the house,
No,
right?
it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was something else. I just can't remember what it was, though. I really can't.
And you're there at the house, the Sementilli home, and you and Monica show him around, right?
No.
Show him the fancy pad.
I don't even know if she showed him around. I don't even remember. I really don't remember that. I mean, being that she's always a nice person, she probably did. So I don't know.
She probably did.
I don't know. I don't remember that though. I don't remember that happening. I remember him sitting on the couch watching TV while I was talking to her about something else.
Okay. So at least you remember now the fact that he is watching TV in the living room area?
Yeah.
Yeah? Eating some pizza?
Say again?
Eating pizza?
I don't remember what he ate. I really don't remember.
And then at some point you said it's probable that you and Monica went into the bedroom to have sex.
We went to the bedroom. I don't know about the sex part.
Okay. Didn't you tell us just, 10 minutes ago?
Possible.
You probably were.
Probably
went to the
possible.
bedroom to have
I'm not
sex?
sure. I didn't keep a running record of it. I'm sorry. I really didn't.
And then you told the jury on direct exam that in August or September you thought about the murder again, right? After all this planning went on between you and Austin in Las Vegas, right?
Overall.
It crossed my mind. I don't remember if I talked to him about it, but it crossed my mind because I really wasn't pushing it really hard at that point. I was just kind of like feeling it out.
Well, it had more than crossed your mind because we talked about the fact that you had already purchased a knife. You had already showed it to Austin to see what his reaction was, you told the jury. You had already discussed who it was that you wanted to kill. And now you had taken him to the home, right? Where the victim lived, right? So it had gone way beyond just thinking about it.
No.
You were making plans, right?
But in September, I didn't push it any further. I left it alone. August, September, I really wasn't pushing it anymore. It wasn't really even in the forefront anymore.
Really? Not at
Really?
all. So
really
you were
wasn't-
thinking
it really
maybe you
wasn't.
don't need to.
It was going on and off.
Okay. On and off that you were thinking about killing Fabio. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you remember on direct exam saying that you think that you also introduced Chris to Monica at the gym? Do you remember testifying to that on direct exam?
My memory's short. No, if I said it, I thought it.
And then you said you really started to plan the murder around the holidays. Remember that?
I did.
And then you said that you went to Las Vegas again for Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes.
Stayed with Al?
Yes.
And you had conversations with Al about things just like you did in July of 2016 relating to what police would look for, right? You were pumping him for info.
Wasn't
If
pumping.
you committed a crime.
I wasn't
How to
pumping
get rid of evidence. Remember that?
I wasn't pumping him for info. I always listen. We just talk. It's just talk. Me and
Talk
him.
about things like murder and how to get rid of evidence?
No.
Really?
No.
Did you ever ask him about how to scrub a DVR?
How to scrub? No. I don't even know what scrubbing means.
Do you remember him telling you that you're not smart enough to do that? It's better if you just take the whole DVR. Do you remember that conversation?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
No,
remember
I don't.
that?
I don't remember that conversation.
You don't remember Al saying it would be way too difficult for you to figure that out. You should just take the DVR.
No.
All right.
That was a little wink and nod. I wonder who that was for. Oh, now he's shaking his head talking to somebody. It would be absolutely crazy if that's what he was doing to Monica. I don't think it is. It looks like it's the gallery. But this is very interesting.
Wait one moment.
Didn't you have a conversation with Al Birdsong about how to destroy evidence?
No, I don't. Not about destroying evidence. No,
No.
no.
You didn't ask him about how to get rid of DNA.
No.
You didn't ask him about what type of chemicals or solutions would destroy DNA.
No.
You also told the jury last week that you needed someone to commit the crime for you so you could create an alibi. Do you remember that?
I do.
On the day of the murder, you went with Austin to commit the crime, right?
On the second time, yes.
The second time.
On the actual time I did that. The first time he was supposed to do it, he didn't.
Okay. The day you went to the Sementilli home for the second time after taking Austin there the first time during the summer of 2016. Do you have that date in your head?
No, I don't have the date in my head. I don't have the date. No.
Okay. Well, last week you told us that you went to the Sementilli home with Austin and you went through the elaborate story of the clothing and the rental. Do you remember all that?
That's argumentative.
Oh, really?
The clothing and the rental. You mean this is on the murder itself, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Do you remember going
I lost
with
track of
Mr.
where you're going.
Austin to commit the crime at the Sementilli home?
In January. Is that the date we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just making sure. Okay.
How does going with Austin to the crime scene create an alibi?
That day had passed already.
So you weren't interested in creating an alibi anymore at this
Not on that day, no.
Okay.
Well, at that moment, no, because I had to do this myself. But I was still going to try to create an alibi later.
How does creating an alibi after the time of the crime create an alibi?
Yeah, it's a useless attempt, but I had to try.
You also told this jury that you knew that Austin would be completely loyal to you and that he was the one person you could depend on that would be. Correct?
Yes.
And also you said you knew that he would never talk to anybody or say anything about what had happened. Correct? That's why you picked him.
Yeah, I did.
Would you agree with me that Austin was somebody that looked up to you?
I agree.
Called you Unc for uncle?
I agree.
Had known you for decades?
Yes.
Was much younger than you?
Yes.
Had no criminal history?
Yes.
Knew that you would take care of him because you had told him that over and over and over. Right?
Correct.
He trusted you, just like you trusted him. Right?
Yes.
And you knew that Austin, because of his loyalty to you, would do whatever you asked him to do. Right?
For the most part.
Okay. Including murder. Right?
For the most, yes.
So it's not for the most part. It's to the farthest extreme one could think. Right?
For the most part.
What's for the most part? What would he not do if he was willing to commit murder of somebody he didn't even
I'm
know?
sure there's something I could find if I talked to him, but yeah, that's another subject, right?
So he would do whatever you wanted him to do.
For the most part.
And so you took advantage of him, right?
To a degree.
To a degree? How
To a
not?
degree.
To what degree not?
To a degree. I did take advantage of him.
You told him you'd protect him, right?
Yes.
You told him you would take care of him, right?
Yes.
You used your relationship with his father to get him to be loyal to you and trust you, right?
I didn't use it. It just happened that way. I didn't use it.
It was just a coincidence.
No, I didn't use it. It's
You
just,
didn't use
it's
it.
just, it's just what you do with family.
Use them, take advantage of them.
No, it's not used. There's always there's a reason for everything.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a reason for everything.
What was the reason why you decided to use and take advantage of Christopher Austin?
For
Because you knew he'd do whatever you asked.
true that. True.
True that, right?
True.
Your Honor, he didn't answer the original question if he could.
I'm
And then when you decided that you were, as you said, going to pull the trigger and murder Fabio, you had conversations with Austin about having him come back to Los Angeles, correct?
The conversation didn't happen. Yes and yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And he purchased a plane ticket in January 12th, to come to Los Angeles again, right? Fly out from Alaska.
I don't know the exact date, but whatever date it was.
Does it sound about right to you?
I'll take your word for it on this one.
Okay. And you had been having numerous conversations with him in the month of January, correct? Setting this up.
No.
You hadn't.
No.
How many times do you think you had conversations with Austin about the timing of when the murder was going to take place? How many?
I kind of made it a point not to talk about this thing over the phone. So I don't think we talked about it over the phone.
So, did you fly up there then and have the conversation in person?
No.
So, how then did the two of you arrange the time when he was going to come to Los Angeles, if not by phone?
I just told him to come to L.A.
Telepathy? Or how? If you didn't use the phone,
No telepathy.
and you didn't go there,
No telepathy.
so
Didn't go there.
how did you tell him?
When he arrived.
How did you get him to come in January to commit the crime if you hadn't discussed it?
I hadn't discussed the crime. I discussed him coming through L.A., coming to L.A.
Okay. And he knew what he was coming to LA for, right?
So staying on the second ground.
You told him why he was coming to Los Angeles, correct?
I didn't tell him exactly what was going to happen. No, but he probably figured it out on his own.
On his own, because it was the subject of conversation that you had had with him while you were in Las Vegas, and he remembered it from several months past.
No, he probably figured out something was going to happen. He never know with me. I always have something going on.
Like a murder.
Yeah, well, for that particular case, he didn't know if that was going to happen for sure or not.
Would you agree that the two of you had some conversation prior to him purchasing his ticket on January 12th of 2017?
You mean some type of conversation at all?
Well, he had to have some.
I'm asking so I can understand your question.
There had to have been some conversation for him to purchase a ticket and fly to Los Angeles,
There
right?
was a communication.
No, I'm gonna overrule that.
There was a communication for him to come to LA.
And again, did you have conversation during that same time period that you were talking to Austin about coming to Los Angeles with Al Birdsong?
With Al, no. Absolutely
didn't?
not. Not with Al, no.
How about with Monica?
No.
No. So, do you remember the dates between January 11th and January 13th where Austin purchased the ticket on the day in between January 12th?
I have no idea when he bought those tickets.
Showing you what's been marked previously as People's 243. Do you see on January 11th all of these communications back and forth between you and Monica, and then you and Austin? See that?
Yeah.
And then again, you and Monica, and you and Austin. See that?
Okay.
And then again, you and Monica. This is still just the 11th. See all these communications?
I do.
It's a lot of communications going back and forth between you and Monica at that time that Austin and you are talking, right?
We're always texting on Viber constantly.
Right.
That's nothing new.
This is January 11th, when it's been testified that there's a spike in communications between you and Austin, you and Monica, and you and Al.
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
It's overruled.
See all this? January 11th. See all this?
I do.
And then you and Austin have a conversation.
And that does happen.
And text.
That does happen. You do.
In the middle of all the conversations that you're having throughout the same time period with Monica, right?
That's argumentative.
Overruled.
We can see it right here in the record, right? Starts in the morning, goes through the afternoon, and then into the evening hours. 10 o'clock at night, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's no calls to Austin in any of those time periods.
It's overruled.
You see this right here?
I see it there.
Voice. That's called a call.
I'm talking about in the evening.
You see that?
I see it. But a lot of
It's
people,
an 8-minute phone call. See that?
that's what it says on the paper.
Let's talk about the next page. Again, do you see the conversations continuing between you and Monica? Yes?
I see it.
And then, January 12th, again, another conversation between you and Austin, this time for 40 minutes. See that?
I do see that.
The 12th is the day I'm going to show you in a minute where he purchased his ticket to come to Los Angeles. And then, as soon as that conversation ends, again, more communications on the 12th between you and Monica. You see that? All day long once again on the 12th. You see that?
We text a lot. You said 15,000, you said. So that's nothing new.
Looking at the top of page 3. Again, communications. Now Monica's calling you from her house phone. 13-minute conversation. See that?
I see it.
And then you have a 14-minute conversation right after that with Austin. See that?
I do.
And then more communications on the 12th. See all that?
I do.
Between you and Monica. Yes?
Me and Monica talk all the time.
Yep. And then here, line 102, another conversation, 15 minutes.
Maybe he booked a flight and wanted to tell me. I don't know.
Uh-huh. And then another one. You see that?
I see it.
And then you go back, as soon as you hang up, you're back talking to Monica again. See that?
I talk to Monica all the time. This is nothing new.
And then Monica calls you again from the house phone during this same period of time. You see that?
I see it on the paper.
And then right after that, you have another conversation with Austin for 15 minutes. You see that?
I see it on the paper.
And here again, back to the Viber messages between you and Monica on the 12th. Again going on the entire day. You see that?
I do this every day. This is nothing new.
Well, what's new this day is that you're in the process of planning Austin to come in to help you with this murder of Monica's husband, right?
That's my intention.
Right? And here we are again on the 12th. Like I said, going back and forth between you and Monica, right? Into the late afternoon and evening of the 12th, right? Pretty much the entire day, right? See that?
That's what it says on the paper.
And then right beneath line 162, you have a 17-minute conversation with Birdsong, right? And during that same conversation, you're still messaging with Monica, right? While you're still on the phone with Birdsong, right?
You're telling the story. I'm just listening to you.
You're not setting up the murder then, are you?
With them, no. With my head, yes.
Council, let me interrupt at this time. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies.
That was good timing. I do have to leave in a little bit. Melody's staying after today, so I will actually be back way faster than usual. I was just typing out. So I think that this attorney needs to keep obviously like attacking him and pressing him on the issues. But after all of that, I think it would be really smart for her to switch how she was approaching him. Like, I think that there's a chance that Baker had never loved anybody as much as he loves Monica. And I think that if she started asking questions about, you know, how much did he love her during that time? Why is she so different from others? And he never cheated on her. Why was that so special compared to all the other women? And I think if they could get him to admit that he loved her a lot, and then if he still does, I think that that would be a major win for the defense. So I hope at some point they switch it just to see if that's another avenue to get him to say things. I couldn't believe how fast they immediately started attacking each other. We weren't even like 2 minutes in and Baker was already flustered. Yeah, he has nothing to lose, but he wants Monica to be free. And he was trying to protect Chris for a while, but I think he has realized that there's nothing he can really do to save him. But there is something he can do to save Monica, so here he is doing it. All right, I'm gonna put my screen up and go get her, and I will be back very, very soon.
The defendant is present, all counsel present, jury and alternates are present. Mr. Baker is still under oath. People may continue.
All right, we were talking about the date of January 12th. Again, now we're looking at close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. See all these communications that are going on pretty much the entire afternoon now. 5 o'clock, the entire evening, right? See that?
Yes, I see it.
And now, again, line 162, another conversation between you and Birdsong, over 17 minutes in length. Do you see that?
That's what it says.
And at the same time, you're messaging back and forth with Monica, right?
That's what it says.
And on page 5, again, continuing on January 12th, late afternoon into the evening hours. Now we're looking in the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. All the way to midnight, right? And through the early morning hours into the 13th, right? 11 minutes after midnight, so that would be now the 13th, right?
That's what it says.
Page 6. Again, just after midnight, back and forth with Monica, and then 4 in the morning, California time, a text between you and Austin, and then starting at 7:24 again, picking up between you and Monica again. See? Yes?
That's what it says.
Just starting to refresh your recollection as to what would have been so critical during this 3-day period?
It's argument.
Overruled.
Not really.
Okay. And then again, line 222, a text message with Austin, 1:16 in the afternoon, and again, all afternoon back and forth with Monica, and then you have a call with her for 15 minutes. See that?
That's what it says.
3:15, and then back to Vibering. Page 7. All afternoon again between you and Monica. See that? Till the evening again. Yes?
That's what it says.
Bless you. Page 8. The evening hours on the 13th. Just before 7 o'clock. All the way again to 11 o'clock at night, every minute. Again, page 9, calls right up until midnight. Back and forth between you and Monica, right? Correct?
That's what it says.
Page 10. Continuing on. And the last page, page 11. Continuously until midnight on the 13th. See that?
That's what it says.
showing you what's been marked previously as People's 183, which is on a DVD. Recognize this as your name and your address where you were living at the time?
I do.
A transaction from your Chase account on January 12th, again, the same day that Austin buys his airline ticket. You transfer money from one account, right, into your checking account for $380, and on that same day, January 12th, Austin removes a portion of that money. You deposit $380, he removes $303 while he's in Anchorage, right? From your ATM.
That's what it says.
So clearly, it would indicate you're talking about this trip, correct?
No.
Okay. Looking at Exhibit 183. See here, you have a negative balance in this account. See that?
I do.
And then a bunch of purchases, like we talked about before, Cho-Cho-San. Right? We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah. How do I got a negative account still purchasing? I don't get it.
This is your statement from December 9th of 2016 through January 10th of 2017. See that?
I do. That's what it says.
Here's the next page. This is a statement from January 11th of 2017 to February 8th of 2017. So your balance negative $140 here, right? Page 3 of 183. This one's February 9th of 2017 to March 8th of 2017. You've got about $44, it looks like, in your account, right? Right?
That's what it says.
And then showing you People's 258, Christopher Austin's credit union account. If we look down here, for the date of January 12th, a ticket for $179.30. See that? On January 12th?
That's what it says.
Does that remind you what all of these back and forth conversations would have been between you and Austin, you and Birdsong, and you and Monica during that time period when you're moving money around and Austin is withdrawing money for his plane ticket that he purchases on January 12th to come to LA?
If you're trying to say that everybody was conspiring, no, it's not true.
Okay. So how did you know during the time that you're having Austin come down when he's buying his ticket on January 12th, where Fabio Sementilli would be at the end of the month so that you could kill him?
I wouldn't know exactly. I wouldn't know. I can't remember why yet. I know he was in L.A. He was in L.A. That's all I do remember.
Well, this is weeks before.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's what we just looked at.
Objection, Your Honor. Those were days before, not weeks before.
January 12th is approximately 2 weeks before January 23rd.
Okay.
Weeks before.
All right.
How did you know where Fabio Sementilli would be 2 weeks out?
I had no idea.
Okay. You were going to need some inside information in order to figure that out, right?
If I was to actually do it like that, I would, but
But you did. Right?
the only way I could know that, it's not inside, it's just probably general information. Through
So from
conversation.
general information, you knew that Fabio Sementilli would be in town 2 weeks out.
Most likely, he was probably in town.
Well, you had to have known that before you went through this whole back and forth in order to get Austin to come out and buy his plane ticket.
I probably picked up on the information, probably.
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 And do you remember also telling Austin that you knew that Fabio Sementilli was going to be on a trip at the end of January, and so you had to get it done before he left? Do you remember that conversation with Austin?
No, I don't.
So if Austin said you told him about this trip coming up at the end of January that Fabio was going to be traveling on for business, he would have just been lucky in making a guess or a coincidence, or how would that have come about?
I have no idea.
So if his source of information wasn't you, where would he have gotten such information?
I have no idea.
So maybe you're saying just a lucky guess?
I'm not even going to say it's a guess. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, he testified that you told him you had to get it done in January because Fabio was leaving the end of the month. And you're telling this jury you didn't tell him anything about that.
If I knew he was leaving at the end of the month somewhere, honestly, I would have postponed it.
You would have postponed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you said Monica always told you when Fabio was traveling, right?
Yeah.
Because that's when you guys would get together, right?
Yeah.
Showing you People's 261, showing a reservation for Fabio Sementilli leaving Saturday, January 28th from LA to Boston. See that?
Yeah. There's no way for him to know that.
For who?
Austin.
Right.
Yeah.
Except through you.
There was no reason for me to tell him this.
Well, you were getting him to come out
Yeah, but
to kill Fabio.
I didn't even
so
know
obviously
that.
there was a reason,
I
right?
didn't even know that.
You didn't know it.
On the end of the month thing, I don't remember that. I would have postponed this thing.
Okay. And you said when Austin came out, you took him out for his birthday, right?
I don't recall.
That's what you just told
No,
this
I don't.
jury last week.
I did. I usually do that every time. It's just standard practice for me to take him for his birthday. So yes,
That would be your protocol, to take him out for his birthday.
it's standard practice.
And did you also tell him before he came out that he should leave his cell phone home?
I did say that,
And why was that?
so they couldn't track him.
So, again, when you were having these conversations with Austin and moving money around for Austin to be able to access from an ATM machine while he's in Alaska, you were, the two of you, planning this murder, right? That's why you told him to leave his phone home.
That was my intention, yes.
And you told him that.
And I told him to leave his phone home, yes.
So he couldn't be tracked when the two of you went to commit the murder.
I didn't explain why. I just said to leave your phone home. I didn't explain it.
Oh, okay. So he just, off the top of his head, would just leave his phone home just because you told him to do so. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
You just told him to leave his phone home and he followed your order.
Yeah.
So if he said you told him to leave his phone home for the exact same reason you just told the jury so he couldn't be tracked, wouldn't he have gotten that information from you? Just like the information regarding Fabio leaving town the end of January?
No, those are two different animals. So one is way different than the other.
Really?
It really.
They're two pieces of information that could only have come from you, right?
Yeah, but one has to do with being tracked, and the other one has to do with some itinerary that I don't know how we got it, because I never told him that.
Okay. That you have a clear recollection that you did not tell him that.
I don't remember telling him anything like that. I don't even remember that information, because I would have postponed it.
Well, you were planning on getting it done before Fabio left. That's what he testified to.
Yeah, that's on him. I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay. But it just so happened that that's what you did, right?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You got it done before Fabio left on his trip, right?
Not knowing about this trip, it was done before his trip, I guess.
Okay. And so you said your standard practice would be to take him out for his birthday. So where did you take him?
I don't remember. Probably a Thai restaurant or something.
Where would that have been?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, how many different Thai restaurants did you go to in the San Fernando Valley?
There's probably like 2 or 3 little Asian places we would go to.
And what are the names of those?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I don't know.
Thai Bistro? That
Yeah.
the one?
That was the one right down the street from me, right?
Is that one of them?
I guess. It sounds familiar.
Chocho-san?
That's familiar.
Pho 999?
That sounds familiar.
Song Fat? P-H-A-T?
That sounds familiar. I
Those
would
are the 4 Asian, Thai, noodle, sushi places from your credit card statements.
see the truth.
Those are the 4.
Yeah, see, I knew it was something.
So
like
which
that.
of those did you plan to take him to?
I have no idea.
Don't know.
I don't remember. It's too far. It's too long ago.
But you remember that you didn't tell him that Fabio was leaving town the end of the month.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that either. I can't even remember that.
You also said you were going to talk to him about opening a new business.
Correct.
What was that?
It was a media company I was trying to start off. That was one of them. That was the biggest one. It was a media company.
And did you do that? Did you talk to him about this media company?
I sure did.
So in the middle of planning a murder, you're also talking to him about opening a media company.
Total rule.
Yes.
And did you do that? Did you open a media company?
I started the process.
Started the process.
Yeah.
What documentation do you have showing that you started the process?
My GoDaddy accounts you guys pulled. It's in there. It's in my GoDaddy account. I started opening domains. I started the process of trying to build a site. That type of thing.
Okay. And you also said that you had wanted to be rid of Fabio and had previously told Austin and Birdsong earlier that year so they would know that your intended victim was Fabio. Do you remember testifying to that last week on direct exam?
It didn't quite sound the same way, but
I'm going to object. That was not the testimony.
Total rule.
Do you remember telling the jury that last week?
I don't think it sounded like that. But say it one more time so I can put it together.
Did you ever discuss the fact that you wanted to kill Fabio with Al Birdsong?
No.
Okay. So last week, if you said that you had previously told Austin and Bird earlier that year so they would know it was Fabio, that they referred to Austin and who, if not Birdsong? Who's the other person that you were referring to when you said so they'd know it was Fabio?
So they would know it's Fabio. Can you rephrase slow this question down? I really don't
No, I'm
understand what
using
you're
your
saying.
words. So I'm asking you what you meant.
One more time, please.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong, as well as Chris Austin, that you were planning on killing Fabio Sementilli?
Alfred, no.
Okay. So when you told the jury that last week, that was a mistake on your part.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said that.
You wouldn't have said it.
No.
You have page in line. I mean, transcript. Could be, Your Honor.
If counsel is available.
I'm reading directly from my notes, counsel.
Yeah, thank you.
You told this jury last week that you couldn't be around when the murder of Fabio Sementilli went down. Right?
That was the plan.
Yet, what you told us last week was that you received some information from Monica that Fabio was going out to pick up some food somewhere. Remember that?
Through general discussion, yeah.
Through a general discussion.
Right. It was either text or call. She just said he was going to get dinner or something.
And again, if it was a text or a call, it would have been through one of the encrypted apps. At that point in time, it would have been Viber.
Probably.
That's what you told us you used,
I don't.
right?
I don't want to be dead on, but it would be most likely one of those two.
When on the date that you went to the place that Monica told you she was sending Fabio to, when did you receive that information?
I guess prior to him leaving, I guess.
Okay. So she told you in a general conversation that she was going to send Fabio out to a particular place to pick up food.
I don't know if it was a send. It was just like I don't remember the whole thing. I really don't. All I know is I know he was going to go pick up dinner at this place. That's all I knew. I can't recall.
And you told us that you wanted to establish an alibi before you went to that location, right?
Before I went to no, it's somewhere I wanted to establish an alibi. Period. Just to put me somewhere.
And you said that there were neighbors around when you left. You remember that testimony last week?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And which neighbors were those that you saw before you left to go and catch Fabio at this restaurant the defendant was sending him to?
I can't remember which ones it was. It was
So how would having your neighbors see you leave create an alibi if Fabio was murdered that night?
Well, they could see me there and go, "Oh, I remember him there."
As you're leaving, you said.
Well, they won't know at the exact time. They won't know the exact time. It's a gamble.
Okay. So your idea of an alibi is people seeing you leave going towards the location where you're going to kill somebody.
Or just seeing me. Period.
Just seeing you.
You know, I mean, they don't know I'm going to kill someone. They don't know that.
So somehow by just seeing you leave, that would somehow create an alibi.
Possibly.
Is what you were thinking.
It would help. Possibly.
That would help. Okay. And which neighbors were those if you were so intent on creating an alibi?
I told you, I can't remember who it was. It was just, I can't remember who it was.
How long after Monica talked to you did you leave your apartment to go to what you said was a Chinese place?
Well, as soon as I figured out which one it was, because it's only two that I remember they go to.
And which two would those be?
The one you were talking about, I know the area, and the other one was the other place that me and Monica and her mother had the little lunch one time.
You had lunch with her mom.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was months before. So those are the only two places I know of. I don't even know the name of the place. I really don't know the name of it. I just know where it was.
So you only knew of two.
The ones that they went to, yeah.
How did you know that Fabio wouldn't Google a place and go somewhere else without Monica telling you exactly where they were going?
Because I had a GPS on his car.
You had a GPS on his car. Okay. And last week, when you testified, you never mentioned GPS.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to check, Your Honor. He wasn't asked.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the objection. It's overruled.
State's the evidence.
It's overruled.
No, I didn't tell you anything.
Oh no, you talked for a day and a half on direct exam.
Yeah, but I
Right?
didn't tell you about GPS because you didn't ask me.
Oh, okay. So now you put a GPS on his car.
It's been on his car.
Okay. When did you put a GPS on his car?
Months before.
When?
Months before.
Which car?
The truck and the Porsche.
And where did you do that?
Usually at the house.
I'm sorry?
Usually at his house on the Porsche.
What do you mean, usually at the house?
Because the truck is usually at my place.
Okay. So when you say usually, did you do this on more than one occasion on
Yeah.
his
Yeah,
Porsche?
the batteries died. Yeah, I had to change it out.
Okay. So do you know how many months before the murder you put it on the Porsche?
It was shortly after he got the Porsche. I put it on the Porsche.
What month?
I can't remember. I don't remember offhand. I don't even remember when he got the Porsche, but I know.
Well, you said months. So I'm wondering which month.
I don't remember exactly.
Summer?
I don't remember exactly.
Fall? Winter?
I don't remember. Whenever he got the Porsche, probably a couple of weeks later.
And where did you purchase these GPS monitors from?
No, the first set I bought from first one I bought from Amazon.
Okay.
That was for the truck.
Okay. And when did you purchase that one?
Way early, probably. I would guess March. Maybe. I'm guessing. I don't know.
March
I'm guessing.
2016?
Yeah, I'm guessing March.
Okay.
I'm guessing. It's just guess. Please don't hold me to this. It's around that time frame.
Okay. And again, guessing, when did you put the monitor on the Porsche?
A couple of weeks after he got the Porsche, whenever he bought it.
Well, you said you guessed March was for the truck, so what month would have been the Porsche? Maybe November, October?
I just answered you. I don't know.
Okay. But you know about the truck, so that's
Yeah, I
why I'm
remember that.
asking you.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That one you remember.
Yeah, I do remember that for sure.
And how is it that you would monitor these GPS, whatever you bought and put on Fabio Sementilli's vehicles?
It had apps and it was online. It had apps.
It had an app.
I think it had an app or a window, one of the two.
An Apple window?
An app or a window. An internet window, a mobile window. You can access the system.
And which phone would that have been on? Or on a computer?
Probably the 6. You could do both. It was both. You could
So
do
you
both.
monitored him from your computer and you monitored
I
him
didn't
from
really
your
monitor
phone?
him. I let it alerts me, and I can monitor. I had the ability to monitor, but I used it to locate and to give me an alert when he came near the house or came near the job.
You mean to LA Fitness?
Yes.
So you're saying now to this jury that you put a GPS on his truck sometime in March of 2016, that you changed it whenever the battery would run out, so you could monitor his whereabouts.
So I can be alerted if he came near me.
Okay. And you also put a GPS at some point, unknown when, on his Porsche.
It's a couple of weeks after he got the Porsche, so I'm sure you have the date when he got the Porsche. I
Well,
don't
you
have
said
that
a
date.
couple months before, so is it weeks or is it months?
For the truck.
So early.
For the truck, it was in March, and for the Porsche, it was whenever he got the Porsche, a couple of weeks later.
Okay.
Whatever that was. I don't remember. I don't have all the documents in front of me.
Okay. And so that night, did you show a photograph of the Porsche to, as you said on direct exam, to Austin, so he would know what the car would look like? Or did you just describe it to him?
I think I described it to him.
Describe the Porsche.
Yeah, I think it
What
was a
did you
black,
describe it as?
black Porsche. It's probably going to be the only one in there.
In a shopping center, a strip mall.
Yeah, a little strip mall.
What else did you say about the Porsche?
What else is there to say?
Well, I'm asking you.
There's nothing else to say. It's a black Porsche.
Okay?
If-
And on your way to this strip mall, were you in communication with Monica?
I have been in communication with Monica usually all the time. So I don't know. I most likely I probably was, because I'm always in communication with her. Wait a minute, maybe I wasn't. Did I leave my phone home? I can't.
You mentioned that
I did.
today, and you mentioned that last week.
I did.
So which was it? You left your phone home because you didn't want to be tracked, or you took the phone with you so that you could be in communication with Monica?
Well, I have two phones.
Okay. Again, which one?
Well, I don't know. Well, the one if I'm talking to Monica, I'm using the 1093 number. So
Okay.
I'm thinking if I take the phone, I can't remember if I left it. I think I left it home. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
So last week when you told the jury that you left your phone home so that you couldn't be tracked, was that the truth, a yes, or a lie?
I'm pretty sure I left it at home.
Pretty sure.
You're asking me stuff from 10 years ago. I don't
No,
remember.
you brought it up on your direct, so I'm just asking you about it.
I'm letting you know the truth.
So when you told the jury in your official statement last week that you left your phone home, again, were you telling them the truth?
I think
or
I was.
Did you
I
once
think I was.
again lie to them?
I think I was. If it was
Lied?
no, I
lied?
think it was the truth.
Pretty sure it was the truth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
But you testified to that.
I know. I'm telling you. I'm going off my knowledge of what I remember, and which is hazy at best because it's so long ago. And you're asking for details for piles of paperwork, and wanting me to pull out of my head. I can't do it.
Well, but you brought it up last week, so it came
I'm
out.
trying to answer the best I can, so I'm giving it to you.
Okay. So you believe you left your phone home, so you couldn't be tracked.
It would seem like that's what I would do.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been in communication with Monica when you went to this strip mall.
I don't think so.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get to the strip mall from your apartment with Austin?
I don't know. It wasn't long, was it? It's not a long trip. It's fairly close. I don't know. It's close. Under 15 minutes, under 10 minutes, under 5 minutes, under 10 minutes maybe. Yeah. I'm guessing. It's
You're
a guess.
guessing again.
I'm guessing. That's all a guess.
Okay.
I don't have a stopwatch when I'm running this thing.
Okay. You're running what?
When I'm running a route, I'm not doing a stopwatch so I can answer your question in the future.
I
This
see.
is not coming.
I see. So, in under 10 minutes, you get to the strip mall.
It's an estimate, I'm telling you.
And when you go to the strip mall, you told us that you described the black Porsche. Did you also show a photograph of Fabio to Chris Austin so he would know who to hit?
I don't remember. I don't know. I think I did. I might have. I would have to. I just don't remember if I did or not.
Last week, you remembered that you said you showed him a photo. Today, you don't remember.
I just don't remember right now. I really don't.
So how would Chris Austin know who to attack?
I had to show him a picture. I had to then.
Where would the picture have been?
Probably on my phone.
The phone you left at home.
The phone that I left before I left home. Here, this is what he looks like.
So you
I'm
showed
guessing.
it to him before you left. Showed him the picture before you left.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Well, I'm not sure
You're
of
sure
it.
of it?
Yeah. It only makes sense that way. But he knew what he looked like.
How did he know?
I had to have shown him somehow.
So you showed him a picture before you left, and then you told him to look for a black Porsche, right?
Yeah.
How long did you sit waiting, given that you had GPS, so you already knew exactly when Fabio would show up? How long did you sit waiting at that strip mall for Fabio Sementilli?
I don't know, a few minutes.
A few minutes.
Yeah, probably a few minutes.
Because the GPS is very precise, right?
You have to cycle it. It's got to cycle every minute. It's like a cycle time. You have to cycle it.
Okay, but you had left your phone home at the apartment. We've established that.
The communication phone that I used with Monica, I'm thinking I left it at home. I'm pretty sure I left it at home.
So how is it when you're saying you have to cycle it?
'Cause I'm using the other phone.
What
my
other
burner
phone?
A burner phone I had.
I see. So you were monitoring Fabio's GPS on his Porsche from your burner phone now.
Well, all that activity is on the burner phone.
Okay. And so you're monitoring on the burner phone Fabio as he's going to the location, because you were only there for a few minutes, right?
Yes.
And so what do you do when you get to the location where you believe Fabio is headed based on your GPS? Bless you.
I go someplace where I think where there's no cameras, and I let Chris out and tell him this is where it is, and he can see it. Can you see it?
And when you
The
say
strip mall area.
you went to a location where there were no cameras, where would that
Where
be?
I thought there were no cameras.
Where would that be?
I would have to look at the area to tell you. I don't want to be guessing too much anymore with you, because yeah. But it was close. It was close. It was
Well, it
off
says in where?
within sight. I can see it.
You can see what?
The strip mall, the parking lot.
Okay. So somewhere within sight, you let Chris Austin out.
Yes.
Okay. And as you've said, you've already described the Porsche, right? You've shown him a photo of Fabio. And what do you tell him to do?
It goes without saying. I don't have to say anything.
So he just knew all on his own what to do when he got there.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you have a conversation with him about what he was supposed to do when the two of you got to the strip mall? Again, when did you have that conversation so the two of you would be on the same page?
When he got there to L.A., we had started this discussion about how I was going to do this. And I just said I need to wait for an opportunity to arise.
And what was the discussion the two of you had about the opportunity?
I had to wait for the opportunity, and I had to listen to find information. I didn't tell him that. I knew that. I told him, I'm waiting for information to come in, and that's it.
Waiting for information to come in.
Yeah. So to him, it sounded
From Monica?
from whoever. I didn't tell him where.
Okay.
I said for information to come in. But
And so once information came in, then what did you tell him he was supposed to do?
well, I told him if he's going to strike, you got to, I told him how to do it.
What do you mean?
How
to do it?
How to commit a murder with a knife.
Okay.
And to make it quick.
I'm him. Tell me what you told him.
You have to cut for the neck.
Go for the neck.
So you have to make it quick.
Okay. So you told Austin to go for the neck. Is that right?
That's what I told him. Make it quick. Try to make it as painless as possible. And we get out of there.
And did you give him anything?
Yeah, he had the knife. I gave him.
What knife did you give him?
It was the smaller one.
What smaller knife?
The one that was used later.
Which one?
The one that was used for the murder.
Which one? Describe it.
It was 8 inches long. It was a small hunting knife.
Okay. You gave him a small hunting knife.
Yes.
Is this the same knife that you brought with you when you and Austin went to Las Vegas in July of 2016 to stay at Al Birdsong's and meet up with Monica?
No.
It's a different knife.
Yeah.
Where did you get this knife?
This one was like Target or something. I think it was Target or Walmart.
Target or Walmart?
Yeah, I can't remember which one.
Where was the second knife?
That was the one that was used for the strip mall and the actual murder. The other knife was gone. I got rid of it because it was gaudy. It was just for show.
You got rid of the July knife
Yes.
before Austin came to Los Angeles in January.
Yes.
Okay. So you gave him a second knife, not the one you had showed him in July.
Correct.
Another knife that you had purchased, again, either at Walmart or you said Target.
Correct.
Okay. And you told him to hit Fabio in the neck.
Yes.
Okay. And you let him out at the strip mall?
Around down the street.
Down the street.
Yeah. I can still see everything from a distance.
Okay. Would you have binoculars, special kinds of glasses?
No.
What are you using to be able to see in the strip mall?
Nothing.
And so how far away are you from the strip mall when you let him out?
I don't have the exact distance.
Give us an estimate.
I don't want to do that. I might be
Well,
too
you're a
off.
military guy, so you know things like that, right?
Not in here. I'm not. Not in here. My military days are over.
Okay. So you let him out somewhere, right?
Close enough for him to run up to the parking lot.
Okay. And where do you go?
At a safe distance so I can see and be out of the way.
Where do you go?
I don't remember exactly. I would have to look, and it was right off Ventura Boulevard, somewhere. I don't know exactly where.
So some ways away from the strip mall?
A little bit, but enough where I can see if there's some kind of movement.
Movement. By who?
Anybody.
Anybody.
Yep. But I'm still moving around because I don't want to sit still too long.
So you're driving around.
I'm driving.
So you're not like at any kind of a parked location.
No.
And how long are you driving around?
Seemed like hours, but it wasn't. It was probably minutes. I'm guessing. It's a guess.
Could it have been hours?
No, I don't want to say that. No. Why don't you holding me to it again? No, it wasn't hours though.
Not hours.
It wasn't hours.
So you told us that you get some information from Monica that she's going to send Fabio out to pick up food, right? Some kind of Chinese, you said, right?
Correct.
And you knew, you told us that the family only went to two places ever.
That I knew of that they usually go to.
Okay. And you had no way of knowing if Fabio was going to pick a different place, right?
He might have. He could have.
But before you went, you told us you had this GPS tracker
Had it on it for a while.
on the Porsche.
On both cars.
And so you were watching the Porsche do what before you left your apartment and made your alibi with the people that saw you leave?
It was still sitting.
He was still sitting,
Car showed still sitting.
okay?
So I just went to Ventura Boulevard to the halfway mark and just waited to see.
I see. So you went and sat on Ventura Boulevard to see if he would come to the one location.
Either one okay, to see which one we would go to.
So were you driving back and forth between two different locations?
I just told you I just sat in the middle.
You sat in the middle.
I said, yeah, kind of in between. It's further down the street off Ventura Boulevard.
I thought you told us that you sat at a location where you could see Chris Austin at the strip mall.
No, what you asked me was from where once Fabio parked, that's when I did that.
Okay. So
missed
you
it
actually
up.
saw Fabio drive in to the
No,
strip mall.
I didn't. I was too far. I didn't want to get that close
So how did you just say once he parked if you didn't see it?
because I assumed it's about that time where he would have to park.
You assumed.
Yes.
Okay. So at some point in time as you're driving around, you decide he's probably going to come to this location and park.
Oh, he does. I see the Porsche eventually go by.
Oh, you did see it.
I saw the
Okay.
Porsche go by. It's nighttime.
Okay. So you saw the Porsche.
Eventually.
Okay. After how long of waiting at the strip mall did you eventually see the Porsche?
I don't know how much time went by. It wasn't that long.
10 minutes?
It wasn't that long.
Less than 5?
It was a short time.
It was what?
It was a short time.
Like how long?
It was minutes.
Minutes. So as soon as you leave, you go to the strip mall, but you're parked in between two different locations.
No, I'm parked in park before that happens.
Okay. And then you see the Porsche go by on, are you saying on Ventura Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And so you then what? Follow him?
I don't follow him. I let him go. Keep going. I want him to go ahead and get parked.
So you park where?
This is the quick question you keep asking me again in a different way. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was drop him off and drop Chris off in an area where I think there's no cameras. Let him go. Then once he goes, I get away from that just in case he's seen and try to find another place so I can keep an eye on things if I
In case
can.
Chris is seen.
Yes.
But nobody knows him here. That was the whole point of having him come, right?
Yeah, and that's part of it.
So that whole little piece about in case he's seen. So where do you go then? Once you see the Porsche go by, how do you know which strip mall or store or restaurant Fabio's going to go to?
Because he parks the car in the parking lot.
Oh, so you saw him parked.
I told you I did.
Okay, I just want to be clear. You told us that you saw him go by. You didn't say you saw him park. So you saw Fabio park the Porsche, yes?
Yes.
In the strip mall.
Yes.
And where does he park?
It looks like it was sort of in the front, maybe about 50 yards from Ventura Boulevard in front of the area where the restaurant was.
So he parks right in front of the restaurant.
Sort of, but kind of a way. I guess he was trying to keep his car from getting banged or something.
Okay. So where in relation to the restaurant does he park?
In front of it,
Describe for us the place.
it's a restaurant with a big parking lot with a lot of different stores. He parks kind of in front of it, but away from it at the same time. It's the best I can do.
Okay. And then what do you see?
I move.
You move where?
I drive. I'm going to go to a different spot. I'm moving to a different spot. So now I'm trying to make sure I get out of the way. I don't want to make sure that my car is nowhere seen anywhere.
Okay. And then what?
Moments later, I get a call because I'll call on the burner, and he says, "Come pick me up."
Moments later.
No stopwatch. Don't know how much time went by. No stopwatch, so I don't know.
And is this Austin that you're saying he?
Yes.
He said, "Come pick me up."
Come pick me up, and I'm in the back. I'm in the back of the strip mall.
And you pick him up.
But right,
Okay.
and I already know it hadn't been done.
Because you were watching and you didn't see anything happen.
I'm watching, but I'm not watching the entire time because remember, I'm moving around.
Okay. And what time of day is this?
In the evening.
What time?
I don't know. I don't know the exact time. I don't.
And while you're you've got your burner phone, not the one you use with Monica. So you're not communicating with her from that burner
I don't
phone,
think I
right?
am because I'm purposely leaving it behind because I'm thinking it might get pinged. I'm
Right.
thinking.
That's what you told us.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Right. So you're not in communications with Monica at all during this time period.
What do
Right.
you mean the whole day?
No, during the time that you're, as you told us, driving around in the area of the strip mall, watching the Porsche go by,
I don't
Parking
really
your
remember,
car,
honestly. I don't really remember.
watching Fabio park, waiting for Austin. No communications, right?
I don't really remember. I don't think so, but I don't really remember that.
If I were to tell you that a geolocation expert testified in this case that you were sitting in the area of this strip mall for over 3 hours
Wow.
the night of the attempted hit on Fabio, does that surprise you?
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Okay.
It was not that long.
And if I were to tell you during that over 3 hour period that there were approximately 60 Viber messages between you and Monica during that period of time, is that going to change your testimony to this jury?
No, because I don't know. I don't remember all 3 hours. I don't remember that.
Okay. If I were to also tell you that that night Fabio was not driving the Porsche, would that also change your testimony?
I saw a black Porsche. So, I saw a black Porsche.
And that was the one you were following based on your
I saw.
GPS.
Yes.
And your GPS showed that the other vehicle that you had a tag on, a GPS tag on, was still at the Sementilli home. That would be the black Ford F-150, right?
Correct.
So if Chris Austin came in and testified before this jury that you showed him a picture of Fabio and described a black or a dark blue colored Ford F-150 and that that's the vehicle that he saw come into the shopping center, again, does that change your testimony to this jury?
That tells you that my memory is so screwed up that I couldn't even remember that because I'm the one who took him.
Showing you Exhibit 159. The day that you said you were waiting for an opportunity to arise. This is January 22nd of 2017. Would it surprise you to see that once again there are communications back and forth between you and Monica starting just after midnight, picking up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and going all the way through the day? See that?
I do.
Showing you the second page. Again, messages going all the way through the day. You see that?
I do.
And the third page, once again, messages starting at 5:14 between you and Monica, all the way on this page till 8:37 at night.
Okay.
See that?
Yes.
And on the next page, the last page, again, from 8:37 all the way till 9:55 p.m. You see that?
I do.
Would it
I do.
surprise you to know that there were 180 Viber messages between you and Monica on the day that you and Austin attempted to kill Fabio Sementilli at this pho restaurant or Chinese place or whatever you want to call it at a strip mall?
What day is this? This says the 23rd. Yeah, the 23rd of January and the 22nd of January.
22nd into the 23rd.
Okay, I see
After
it.
midnight.
All right, I
See
see it.
that?
They're 2 different days. I got it now. All right. They're 2 different days.
180 Viber messages on January 22nd.
Yeah,
The day of the attempted hit.
Okay. We Viber all the time. We text, we chatted all the
You
time.
don't have your phone with you.
I
the
said
phone's
it.
at home.
I told you. I told you. I didn't. I'm not sure. I told you this.
Okay. And this is the same application that the next night you deleted after the murder because, as you told this jury last week on several different occasions, because
glitchy.
it was glitchy.
Yep.
But it worked on January 22nd, right? Because the information she provided you got you to the right shopping center, right?
It didn't get me to a right shopping center. It just happened. She mentioned that they were going to dinner. I just picked it up on my own. I picked up the information by myself.
On your own.
I just listened. All I do is listen. That's all I did. Listen.
So if I were to tell you that the defendant Googled phone near me and then sent an address to Fabio to pick up, that information was then provided to you, correct?
That is the first I heard of this.
In addition to communicating through Viber, did you and the defendant also communicate through the Lifestyle Lounge application?
Did we communicate through it?
Yeah, it has a chat feature, just like Viber.
We used it.
To chat, right?
Used it.
To talk, make calls, right? Just like you would through Viber.
We used it. I forgot how it works though, but it wasn't our primary way of sending messages.
Showing you Exhibit 259. Page 3. Here at 512. You see here Monica's phone number and Fabio's phone number.
I don't know his phone number,
But you had a GPS on his car, right?
but not on his phone.
Okay. Well, it says from Daddy. I'm going to tell you this is his number.
Okay.
See this right here? A Google search, phone near me. From Fabio to Monica.
I know nothing about that.
Okay. A little further down. You see here on the defendant Monica's web history at 512. She's Googling phone near me.
Okay, I know nothing about that either.
Showing you Exhibit 260. See this here? Phone near me. 512, like I said,
Is that the
on
same?
the prior document.
Is that the same one? The same?
It's
same
another
thing?
document. I just gave you the exhibit number, okay?
Yeah.
See this over here? Phone near me at 512.
Okay.
Lifestyle Lounge. See that?
Okay.
See here at the top of the last page of People's 260 at 514, a location on Ventura Boulevard. See that?
I see it.
And then down here, about 25 minutes later, 541, a message from Monica. We talked about this being her email address. You want like chicken fried rice? See that?
Okay, I see it.
And see the phone number attached to it?
I see that number.
That's Bella.
Yeah, I know nothing about all this though.
But somehow, despite the
Your
fact,
Honor, can we approach?
Anybody have any thoughts about all of this? Who's Monica looking at? So many questions. Are the handcuffs hurting him?
thank you. This is a PowerPoint from a geolocation expert, which is on Exhibit 158 for the date of January 22nd. See this red area?
Yes. Yes.
And see this smaller red area within it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that too.
You see that right here it has your address, your old address on Independence.
Yes.
See that? Do you recall receiving a phone call from Monica at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, I don't. I can't. I don't.
Immediately after receiving that phone call, you left your apartment. That would be in the afternoon. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
And then, after receiving that phone call, you drive to the same area that was on the exhibit I just showed you, where Monica was looking up the address that we see here. See that?
I see what's on the paper.
Okay. And then you are in the area of this particular location, 19548 Ventura Boulevard, from 3:30 until 6 p.m. 2.5 hours. Remember being there waiting for 2.5 hours for Fabio to get there before Fabio even knew he was going there? No?
I don't remember being. I really don't. I mean,
And while you're waiting there for 2.5 hours, you and Monica exchanged 69 Viber messages.
Well, we're always texting. That's nothing new.
Nothing new, right? Except
We're
this
always
day
texting.
there's an
We're always
attempted
texting.
hit.
We're always texting. So it's nothing new. We're always
Except
texting.
this happens during the time that you're waiting for Fabio to show up based on information Monica gave you before Fabio was even Googling Fo that day. So you know about it before Fabio does. How's that?
I remember that.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Argumentative.
Sustain.
How did you know where Fabio was going before even Fabio knew where he was going?
No, I'm always on Ventura Boulevard
sorry?
anyway.
Argumentative.
No, I'm gonna overrule that.
I'm always on Ventura Boulevard anyway. So
But you weren't this night.
I remember when he showed up, it was dark, and I knew it was dark, and I remember being there when it was dark. I don't remember when I was being there during the daylight. I just don't remember that. I don't. Not for that purpose, anyway.
So you just happened to be on Ventura Boulevard waiting in a car with Chris Austin, your co-conspirator, with a knife to carry out a hit on Fabio Sementilli hours before he even showed up there.
I wouldn't even sit there for 3 hours like that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The testimony was not that definite.
It's overruled.
You said that when Chris Austin got back to your car, or you had to call, he had to call you, right?
Correct.
But you told him to leave his phone home.
And the burner phone.
You gave him a burner phone when he came in.
Yeah.
So he calls you, right? And you go pick him up.
Correct.
And he tells you he couldn't do it.
I could tell he didn't do it, but yeah.
But he
did.
told you that.
He told me that too.
Right? And you could tell from the way that he was talking that this was something that Chris Austin wasn't going to be able to do himself. Right?
Well, after that, yeah.
And so you told him that you would go with him to carry out the hit. Right?
When?
The next day.
No, I told him I needed him to be my lookout.
Okay. And you also told us that you had to put Austin in the middle of the murder in order to ensure his silence, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, a lookout would obviously be responsible perhaps for something far different than a murder.
Objection.
Right?
Madison's facts not an evidence.
Calls for a legal conclusion. Sustain on that ground.
You brought him with only to be a lookout, you said.
That was my intention, yes.
Yet you had to go with him to commit the murder, right?
Or he went with me.
Okay? You brought him with, right?
We went together.
He came here because you asked him to in order to kill your girlfriend's husband, to get him out of the way, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the next day, you told us that in the morning, Monica texted you and said she's going to the gym, right?
Text or called.
Okay. And she came to the gym that day, right? The two of you met there,
Correct.
right? What time was that?
11-ish. I'm guessing.
So let me take our lunch recess until 1:30. The admin is applied. Don't discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
A lot is going on. Very interesting. I know the judge said 1:30, but it's always usually 2 o'clock, so plan on that. Yeah, I definitely am keeping notes of different things I'll talk about at the end of today, but there's definitely things that he is saying that we have proof that didn't happen or go down that way. So I think it's just a part of keeping Monica out of it. And at some points he was trying to protect Chris, but now it seems like he's kind of dropped that since they have him. And so now he's only focused on Monica. It's very interesting. All right, I'm staying on, but I'm going to mute myself. I'll probably get a lunch too. But I'll just leave this ongoing. I got a kick out of the dastardly plan or dastardly deed. Very funny. Yeah, this article that I read, Baker is now 61 and Monica is now 51. And Fabio was 49 when he was killed. So earlier, when Baker was getting asked questions and he was answering, I guess that's pretty much the whole day, but anyway, they were talking about when he bought the knives, or if he didn't buy them, when he had them. I believe one of them he said he had for a very long time. But he had told the state when he said that he bought a knife, and that was like well before the planning and the actual murder. But he had bought the knife, and then he said, and I didn't know if I was gonna have to use it if he was going to back down. Meaning Fabio, if Fabio wasn't going to back down. And I think that's very interesting because Fabio didn't know about Robert. There wasn't anything in there about her having to pick or something like that. So what is Fabio doing that he would have to be backed down from? It's just weird. And I was wondering if that was some sort of like slip up in the lies, and if that has more meaning in it, or if he's just saying a whole bunch of things to confuse the issue. Yeah, I didn't take it that way. I'm gonna find the spot on my other computer and see if there's anything I missed in that time. There it goes trying to do the loading thing. At least it's during a break. I'll get it fixed right now. Yay!
That you knew that Austin would be completely loyal to you and that he was the one person you could depend on that would be, correct?
Yes.
And also you said you knew that he would never talk to anybody or say anything about what had happened. Correct? That's why you picked him.
Yeah, I did.
Would you agree with me that Austin was somebody that looked up to you?
From the 6 to the 8. I don't remember if I did or not. So, yes, I told people that I didn't do it because I didn't want to get turned in that night.
So again, more lies,
Of course.
including to friends.
Of course.
Okay. And what about the other part?
Which is
How would anybody know the night of the murder that you were the one that committed the crime?
well, just in case they had a camera.
Driving around, but you stayed at someone's house.
Well, I want to be accurate because I want to make sure I get
You
the
said,
answer
I
right.
had a throwaway extra phone.
Okay, I did.
More than just once or twice, as you just told the jury.
Could have been.
Girls graduated school, the two of you were going to leave the country.
And
Letter.
I don't know. I have to see the letter.
How about 360? What else did you do besides going to a restaurant in May of 2016?
As President, all council present, jury and officer present, good afternoon. I know there's been some talk about the length of the trial. Let me tell you what I know, and I'm kind of in the same area you are. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to be teaching in San Francisco. If it was a vacation, I would cancel it for you. That sounds like I'm looking for pity. No. I have too many, this is for advanced judges, and it's just too many people depending on me. The case is winding down. It's winding down. If there's issues coming up, like that first week of April, we'll deal with it. I'm not going to hang you out to dry. You've invested a lot. I would invite you to my class, but you're not allowed. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I'd rather be somewhere else myself. In any event, we'll deal with it, but we'll talk about it more as the week goes on. Mr. Baker, you're still under oath, and you may continue.
Thank you. Just before lunch, we began talking about the day of the murder after the attempted hit on Fabio at the strip mall. On that Monday morning, you testified that you played racquetball with the defendant, right? With Monica at the LA Fitness?
Yes.
Yeah. And how long did the two of you play for?
Under 90 minutes, probably under 90 minutes.
Under 90 minutes?
Yeah, probably an hour, maybe an hour.
And where did the two of you meet that day?
At LA Fitness.
And you said you got there around 11-ish, right?
Just an estimate if my memory serves me, which is not good. But yeah, I think it was 11-ish.
Okay. And I think you told us that she hit you with the racket, you were hurt bad, you bled a lot, you tried to lick the wound and put on a Band-Aid.
I don't think I tried to. Did I say lick?
Yes.
Okay, no. I don't think I licked it. I might have stuck it in my mouth. I don't know.
Okay.
I was just trying to stop the bleeding.
So it was bleeding badly.
It's bleeding a little bit. Yeah, it's
A
bleeding.
little bit.
It's bleeding like more than usual. When I mean a little bit, I mean more than usual.
More than usual. Okay. And once you put the Band-Aid on, did that take care of it?
It took a while. It took a while to stop the bleeding. I had to put direct pressure on it.
Okay,
to
so
stop
when
it.
you say it took a while, what does that mean?
It wasn't instant. It wasn't instant. It took a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes to finally get it to really stop.
That was after the hour that you played racquetball?
I still think, yeah, I can't remember, but I think we still played a little bit longer after I finally. No, we didn't. No, we did not. No, she had to leave.
She had to leave.
Yeah,
And you stayed.
not long. I didn't stay that long. I stayed maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
And then you left.
Then I left.
Okay. And any further issues with the Band-Aid?
No, I had to keep changing it.
You had to keep changing because it was
Yeah.
dripping blood.
Yeah. Well, eventually I put a little super glue on it to stop it.
Super glue.
Eventually, when I got to the house
And when did you put super glue?
at my apartment,
And when was that?
the same day.
Was that after you left the gym?
Yes, at my apartment. Yes.
So in this case, do you recall that day that the defendant came to the gym that morning with her daughter Jessica?
I do.
Okay. And Jessica told law enforcement in her first interview, as well as in her testimony here in this court, that she worked out with her mom that day. They lifted weights and they went on the treadmill, and her mom didn't play racquetball.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that this injury didn't occur that day?
We played.
You played.
Yeah.
That you're clear on. You can remember that. That was the
I
same.
remember we played. I remember I got hit.
And did you and Monica discuss on one of the lockup overhears the fact that Jessica said you guys didn't play racquetball that day, and then you guys talked about what other day it could have been?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you said that Monica left, and then you left shortly after her from the gym.
Yes.
Did you do anything with your injury, like report it to the front desk or anybody that you were bleeding all over?
No.
Get any medical attention?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that you actually walked out of the LA Fitness just in front of Monica and Jessica that day?
They were there. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. I don't know if they. I didn't pay attention if they left the LA Fitness or not. But I left. She said she had to go. She left. I didn't see her again, and then I walked out. I walked out. I don't know where they went.
And we also watched the video of you walking out of the LA Fitness that morning.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's not
Did
a
you?
question.
I think it's a prelude to a question.
Thank you. If I were to tell you that there's no evidence on the video of you walking out, nursing an injury, bleeding, dripping blood, or anything of that nature, again, would that refresh your recollection as to what date this allegedly occurred?
It happened that Monday.
I'm sorry?
It happened that Monday.
Okay. So that one detail you are certain of.
Objection, that's argument.
Overruled.
Yes.
And then you told us on direct exam that Monica told you about her day and that she was going to be picking up her daughter at school. Right?
She did say that.
And based on that, you told us that you put together that there would be a short window, an opportunity for you to kill Fabio.
In my head, yes.
I'm sorry?
In my head, yes.
Okay. And you said that Monica told you Fabio hadn't left the house in days. Do you remember testifying to that last week?
No, I said that.
You said that.
I said that.
Okay. And when you told the jury that Fabio hadn't left the house in days, what was that based on?
Based on the information through general conversation of her telling me her day that he was there.
Okay. My question was that he hadn't left the house in days. Where did you get that from?
That was
that
my
your GPS? What was
no,
that
that
based
was
on?
just me listening to the conversation.
So if I were to tell you that Fabio was out the day before, which was a Sunday, with his friend Ernie, would that do anything in terms of change your answer that you gave last week to the jury?
Well, I don't know exactly every second where he was. I mean, I know he was generally at home.
You said he
He
had left the house in days.
All right. My terminology means left the house in days, meaning like going somewhere, like to work, and being gone for an amount of time where I can see her. So that wasn't happening. That's what I mean, couldn't leave the house in days.
Okay.
And I'm sure he did leave the house somewhere for someplace. No doubt about that.
But she told you that he was going to be home on the day that you went up there to commit the murder.
That he was going to be home?
Yes.
Well, I kind of took it that he was going to be home.
Okay. Well, you didn't just take it that way. I mean, you relied on that information, right?
Well,
You went through this whole
eventually I had to rely
elaborate
on it.
scheme to go up there to kill him. Based
Eventually
on
I
that.
had to rely on the information, yes.
Okay. Did you know that he was also gone during portion of that day? That we saw him on videotape, leaving, coming home?
No. Mm-mm. It was a lot going on that day.
Lot going on. Where else did you go after LA Fitness?
I went back to the apartment.
And what did you do when you got back to the apartment?
Try to figure out how to do this thing.
What do you mean try to figure out how to do this
How
thing?
to do the murder.
What do you mean how to do the murder?
What do I mean? How to do the murder? How to do the murder? How to do the murder? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, explain to the jury what you mean.
You
when
mean to go
said
through the
that.
whole plan again?
I'd like to know what you said you went back to the apartment to do.
I said, I went back and I told Chris, I said, I think I might have a good, something like this. I don't want to be verbatim. I'm paraphrasing. I just told him I think there was an opportunity. I don't remember exact verbiage.
Okay. And so what did you do then?
Try to get everything together that I needed. The
What
clothes.
was that?
The clothes.
Okay. What clothes?
The clothes that I was wearing that day.
Okay. What else?
Then I had to sit down and think about how I'm going to actually do this, which meant how to actually put it into motion.
Okay. So what did that entail?
Getting up there,
No. When you said you had to sit down and think about it.
yeah, it means I had to sit down and figure out how I'm going to do this.
Okay. So what'd you do? You wrote it out on a piece of paper?
No, I just thought about it. Just
Thought about it. Okay. And then what'd you do?
Start trying to work to implement it
And how did you do that?
by going to the place or the location where the car was, where I plan on putting the car, park it, and find a way where there's no or the least amount of cameras, the least possible amount of cameras.
So you went somewhere before you went to the house?
No. I went. Everything was done on the fly.
On the fly.
Yeah.
So you went back to the apartment. Were you again still in touch with Monica throughout the day?
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
So how would you know that Fabio wouldn't get up and leave and go to the office for a meeting?
I wouldn't know.
How would you know that he wouldn't go out to pick up lunch or
He might
something
have.
else?
That was a chance I was taking.
Okay. So you had Christopher Austin fly all the way in. You went through all of this thinking, planning. The attempted hit the night before didn't work. So what steps did you undertake to ensure that you weren't going up there needlessly?
There were no steps. I just tried to get it done. There was no specific steps to try to make sure. It just had to see if it could get done. If it couldn't, if he happened to leave, then it would be over. Right? Then it would be over immediately.
Okay. And how would you know if he had left the house?
Well, maybe I saw him.
You saw him.
I said maybe if I would had have seen him. So that's one way of knowing.
How would you see him?
If I saw him coming out the house.
You mean while you were actually there on the street?
Or if he was coming down the street.
Okay.
That's one way. GPS movement. But I really didn't have too much time to look at that. It wasn't enough time.
The GPS. You didn't have time to look at the GPS.
I really didn't have a lot of time. I really didn't have a lot of time for that.
Because it's a very short window.
No, I just didn't have the time for it. I wanted to. I knew that the way I understood it was, she said that she had to pick up her kids at around 5, and she would be back and let me know when she was back and whatever. So I figured I had a small window to get that done and be able to receive her call or her text to let me know that because she always lets me know how her day was. So I didn't want to break that.
So you don't remember being in touch with her throughout, again,
I really
that entire day?
I'm sure I did. I just don't remember what times and all that. I just don't remember all that.
So from your apartment, where did you go?
Eventually, I went to the location. Well, no. I wind up having to pick up some items. I think I went to the bank.
Went to the
pick
bank.
up money.
Okay.
So, and then I went to one store to pick up an item and another store to pick up some other items.
Did Chris Austin come with you to the bank and the store?
No, the bank was a drive-through.
Was he with you?
No,
Okay. Which car were you in?
I think I was in my truck.
The truck that you said you wasn't working, so you needed a rental car, right?
It wasn't working earlier that week, no, but it worked. It was working.
It was working.
I needed a battery. Huh?
It was working that day.
Yeah. No, I eventually got it to work. I put a new battery in it.
Okay. And so, what store did you go to?
I went to a liquor store, not to buy liquor.
You told us you were in a rush. You didn't have a lot of time to look at the GPS, but you had time to go to the liquor store?
Not to buy liquor. I went to buy something. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't liquor, though.
Okay. So you went to the bank. You went to the liquor store. Where else did you go?
I went to Target.
You went to Target.
Yeah.
What time did you go to Target?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. And what did you buy at the Target that day when you were in a rush to get over to the house to commit this murder in that short window?
I believe it was some kind of clothing.
You bought clothes.
No, some kind of clothing, yeah. I believe that's what it was.
Okay. And while you were there in the Target parking lot, did you meet up with Monica?
No, not that I remember.
Could you have?
I don't remember because I met her a lot of places all the time. So I don't remember if I met her that day or not because I meet her all kinds of places, and Target was one of them. There's a lot of places. We met a lot of places, so I don't remember.
So if Monica was messaging you right up into the time that she comes to the Target store, and then the messaging stops for a period of time when you're both in the lot, would that refresh your recollection that the two of you got together at the Target lot to speak?
Maybe might have been in the same parking lot. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I told you I don't remember.
Okay. So you said you were driving your truck when you went to the Target, right?
No.
Oh,
I
you
wasn't.
went back and changed cars?
I said, yes. I went to the bank with the truck. That's what I told you.
Okay. And then you said you went to the liquor store. Which car were you in for that?
I walked.
You walked to the liquor store.
I sure did.
Okay. And then you went back to the apartment? Or
yes.
did you walk to Target?
Yes. No. I went back to the apartment.
And then what vehicle did you take to go to the Target?
The silver car.
The rental car.
It was silver, I believe it was.
The one that was rented, correct?
The silver car.
Again.
Yes,
Your
the
Honor,
silver car.
ask that the witness be directed to answer the question.
You go ahead and ask your question.
The silver car that was rented.
There you go. And when was that car rented for you?
I don't know what day it was.
Well, you told us
In fact, not an evidence.
It's overruled.
you told us last week that you got somebody, Paula, to rent the car for you. Remember
Right.
testifying to that last week?
I do.
Okay. And you said that that was on Friday, right?
I think it was on Friday.
And then you told us that over the weekend you drove all three cars, your Mustang, your Ford Expedition, and the rental cars. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was because you said you needed to take your car in for a new battery.
No, I needed to. I needed to work on my cars. Period. And a battery was one of the things I had to do.
I see. And so you had her rent you a car that you drove over the course of the weekend.
Yes, I used it for the weekend.
If I were to tell you that the vehicle was rented for you that day, and that you met Paula at the Enterprise, and that cell phone evidence shows you were there renting the car that morning again, does that change another set of answers you gave to this jury last week?
I told you I don't remember a lot of stuff, so it may have. My memory is bad. I've been telling you this from the beginning.
But there's certain things that you have a very clear recollection of,
Certain things.
right?
Certain things.
Like the fact that you played racquetball that morning.
I would bet on that.
Okay. So, when did you go to Target?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That day, sometime during that day, I don't want to give you the wrong time again and say I'm lying again. So I don't know. It was that afternoon.
That afternoon.
I think it was that afternoon.
And when you went to Target, where did you park the silver rental car?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember?
I'm not sure. I know I was there. I just don't remember where I parked exactly. It was 8 years ago. I don't remember.
Your Honor, I have a set of still photos. 6 in total from January 23rd of 2017. There are numbers in the bottom left corner.
Are these surveillance photos?
Yes, there's still photos from the surveillance video.
You marked as 277.
Thank you. Do you recognize the vehicle that you see here, circled in green?
I see the lit up car.
Do you recognize the car?
Not really. I don't remember. I don't recognize it, but I'm sure that's supposed to be the car I was in. I'm sure.
Supposed to be.
I'm sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I don't know if it is or not.
Let's play the video. Of the video that is on the DVD that's been marked as People's 42. You recognize this location here? Is that the Target parking lot?
I think so. I still can't get oriented yet. It's been a while.
Remember driving past all the different lanes to go to the very farthest lane closest to the 101 freeway?
No, I don't
In
remember.
the rental vehicle?
I don't remember it. I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure it happened.
Remember backing the vehicle into the spot? Yes? No?
I don't remember, but it looks like I did it. So I don't remember that, but it looks like I did it.
Recognize yourself from the way you walk and what you're wearing?
I remember what I wore. Yeah, it was dark.
That's you, right?
I think so. It looks like it.
You see doesn't appear to be any injury you're nursing on your hand.
Objection, that's argument.
Did you see that?
Sustained.
Hello? Did you see that?
Did I see what injury? I
And
haven't
is
seen
this
no
you
injury. It
here
was too
walking
far.
into the store at 302?
Objection was sustained.
It was, it's yes, during question.
Is that you walking in? Did you see yourself?
I don't know. I was talking to you. Can you play it back? You want me to see it?
Sure.
I'm sure it is, but
Yeah, if you have any question, let's play it back.
yeah, it looks like me from the back. Yeah, it's me. It's got to be. I know it's me.
Okay. I'm going to show you another clip. This is now at 3:23. You remember moving the car?
I'm sure I did it, but I don't remember.
You remember moving the rental car, the silver rental vehicle that Paula got for you at Enterprise that morning to that little alcove at the back of the parking lot, the furthest away from the Target?
I don't remember doing it, but I'm sure I did it.
Have you done that on numerous occasions such that it would be something common?
No, not really. Not really. I just.
But it doesn't stick out in your mind that that particular day you moved the car to the back of the
No, I
Target lot.
probably did. I just don't remember doing it. I probably did it. I just don't remember doing it. It's not a. It wasn't a big thing for me to do that day. Just to move the car, and I have to remember that. I just wasn't thinking. In the future, I need to remember moving this car. I just.
You don't have to think about it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let me play another clip. You see Monica's car in red, the Ford F-150 that you said you had a GPS on,
Yes.
pulling into the lot?
Yes.
See the car stop right there? And someone comes around the front? See that?
I can barely see anything.
And your car is still at the back of the lot. You see the green circle to the right?
Yeah.
So do you remember meeting up with Monica at the parking lot in front of the Payless Shoes?
I really don't remember. I really don't remember. It seemed like any other day when I met her. When I meet her.
It seemed like any other day, except
Yeah.
this was the day you were planning on murdering her
I'm talking
husband.
about this right here. It seems like any other day to me. To me, it just
Okay.
seems like any other day of me meeting her.
You see the
So,
two circles on the screen at 3:30, the red one and the green one? Your rental car is still there in the back of the lot. Did you
saw
see
it.
that?
I saw it.
So what were the two of you talking about in her car at this point?
I told you I don't even remember seeing her, let alone talking to her.
Well, do you remember in the holding cell just behind this door here having a conversation with Monica about exactly this? The two of you in the Target lot just prior to the murder meeting up. Remember having a conversation with her about it?
I remember always trying to have conversations with her.
Do you remember a conversation with her about the Target parking lot and the video?
I don't remember the subject matter exactly, but I always try to talk to her all the time.
Okay. So this was from August 24th of 2017, where you told her, we got to get married, babe, and she said, I love you, and you said, my lawyer said the same thing. He thinks you're going to make a deal. Actually, that's Monica saying that to you. And you said, babe, I'm not making no fucking deal. I'll take it to my fucking grave, baby. Remember that?
I gotta hear it. I don't remember saying it, but I'm sure I gotta hear it first.
And then she said, me too. Remember that?
No, I don't. And like I said, I need to hear it.
And then you said, I love you. I'll take the blame before anything. Do you remember saying that? In the lockup, right here. Trust me, the answers aren't up there. Then on the next page.
I think.
One moment. That is,
Trying to answer the question.
that is
Yeah, no,
argumentative.
he's not. He's not, Judge.
First of all, it wasn't here. It wasn't Van Nuys.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't Van Nuys.
No, this is here.
I thought it was Van Nuys.
Yeah, you're
Pretty
wrong.
Sure it was. See, again, I can't remember nothing.
Okay. On the next page, the defendant said to you, she's whispering and she says, hey, the cameras. And you said, I know, but I'll take the blame. I'll lie. And then she whispered again and said, wait, listen. And once again you said, I'll lie and I'll take it. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation, but I'm sure if you said it's there, it's there.
And then she said to you again, whispering, listen, the cameras. And you said, where? And she whispered to you, up at Target. They have a camera at Payless Shoes. They have no video of you. And you said, of us? Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
And then she said, in whispers, none. And you said, yeah, I know. He told me, meaning your lawyer, right? The lawyer that didn't tell you any evidence.
I don't. No, exactly. Oh, the overhears? Absolutely. He told me nothing. I knew nothing about it. I knew they were there.
And then she said, in a whisper, the video was only for a month or two. And you said, I know. And nothing on the other one at night 2. The other one at night 2. That was the one at the strip mall where you tried to kill Fabio the night before when Monica gave you the address, right?
I'm telling you, I don't remember any of this. I don't remember it.
Your answer that you don't remember is different than saying it didn't happen, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
And then the conversation went on. And you said, there's nothing. Only thing is a couple drops of my DNA. That you explained that already. That he took it. And she said, yeah. Remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
And then the defendant said to you in a whisper, I'm so scared. And you said, even if we, and she said in a whisper, if I have to stay in here my whole life, I'll take my own life. And you said, no, baby, don't you. And she said, I will not stay here. And you said, don't you do it ever, baby. Remember that?
I do remember that one.
So now it's coming back a little?
I remember that phrase.
And then she said to you in a whisper, I've never been asked yet about the flip phone. I haven't been asked yet. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that either.
And then she said to you, this is what we talked about this morning before lunch. In a whisper, they want your computer. And you said, mine? And in a whisper, she said, yours. And your response? You told us earlier it was stolen, right, from your truck?
Yeah, it was.
That's what you told us all this morning, I think. Right?
I believe I told you it was stolen.
Gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
She said in a whisper, yeah. Gone? Gone? Are you sure? And you said, well, no, yeah. It's not around. It broke. And she said, oh. And you said, so I got rid of it because it was broke and it was no more good. And she said, oh. Do you remember that? Nothing about it being stolen out of the truck.
Well, she doesn't need to know what happened to it anyway, because I know there's a good possibility you were listening.
Right. And then you said, and I would, and I happened to do it the day before. What were the chances of that shit breaking? Right? So which is it? Did it get stolen?
Oh, it got stolen, along with some gear, with some racquetball gear.
And so after you and Monica met up in the Target parking lot, where did you go next?
Well, where I went, where we met, you say we met. I'm not going to say anything about that. I'm just saying where I met. Where I went from there is I went to find a place to park the car.
Which car?
The silver rental.
And where did you go to park the silver rental?
I don't remember the exact address. It was off Ventura Boulevard.
Behind or next to what?
It was in a housing area, so it wasn't behind or next to anything but some houses.
Okay, so it was next to houses.
Yeah, I don't
And then
remember where.
Where did you go from there?
On foot.
Okay.
Towards the house.
And again, this is during that same period of time that you told us that there was such a short window where you had to get this murder done, right? But now we've talked about going to the liquor store, going to the bank. Now we can see you're at Target. You have a conversation with Monica. Now you go drop the rental car somewhere and you're on foot. Clock's ticking, so where do you go next?
I don't agree with the talking to Monica part, but I'll go along with the other stuff. Going to some back way towards the house, trying to get to the house.
So you walked to the house from there?
Jogged.
Didn't you forget something?
Probably did.
How about your lookout?
Okay, what about it?
Well, you told us that from the Target lot, you went and parked the car somewhere. I'm assuming at some point you went back to the apartment to pick up your lookout?
No, he's in the car.
Oh, he was in the car at Target?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So when, in all the interviews that you gave to the defense team, when did you ever say that Chris Austin was actually in the rental car sitting in there?
I never said anything.
Till today?
Till today.
So would this be like story number somewhere around 14?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, you had 12
That's all right.
interviews.
That's an objection pending. It's argumentative.
So you never told the defense that Chris Austin was
Your
sitting in the
Honor,
car.
you didn't ask every...
Objection to counsel testify.
Yes. You wish to approach? Or make an objection?
I would like to.
All right.
Monica's face for a second there looked like she was going to smile. I don't know if you saw it when it flashed back over to her.
So I'm going to
It's
show
just
you
very brief.
People's 160, which is a timeline of communications on Viber between you and Monica on the day of the murder. And I'm going to switch to page 3. We saw on the video you drive into the lot about 3 o'clock. Here at 3:01, you send a message through Viber to Monica, right?
That's what the paper says.
Is that to let her know that you've arrived at the Target lot?
I don't see the text at all. I don't see the message itself, so I don't know. That ain't it, though.
And then right after that, at 3:10, she texts back to you. You then go back and forth for several minutes, texting back and forth, correct?
So that's what the paper says.
And then we see here at 3:21, messages again back and forth, correct?
That's what the paper says.
You don't remember any of this, right?
It's almost 10 years ago. I don't remember any of this.
Okay. And then we see here at 3:37, Monica is sending texts to somebody named Jessica. Who's Jessica?
I'm assuming it's her daughter.
Okay. Telling her, don't be late for babysitting, right? Right?
That's what the paper says.
And then you contact somebody named Intranic Manassian. Who's Intranic?
I don't remember.
Bless you.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. And then we see her last communication to you is at 16:46. See that?
I do.
Just after a call to an eye doctor and to her daughter Isabella, right? Right?
I'm just going by what you're giving me to read, so I'm just reading it with you. Yeah.
Didn't you tell us today and last week that Monica told you that afternoon she was going to go to pick her daughter up at school?
That's what she told me earlier that day.
Okay. Do you know where you were at 16:46, which would be 4:46 and 11 seconds in the afternoon, California time?
Somewhere in the area there. I don't know exactly where though.
How about inside the Sementilli home?
It has to be. It has to be. But like I said, it's somewhere in that area for sure. I don't know because I don't know exactly what time everything was happening.
Do you know what time you went up to the Sementilli home?
I don't have an exact time, no. I don't have an exact time.
We'll get it for you. When you told the jury last week that you needed a rental car over the weekend while you were fixing yours and that you drove all 3 vehicles that weekend, that would have been false, correct?
That I didn't drive all 3 vehicles?
Yes, because as I told you, you didn't get that rental car until this morning.
I could have swore I got that car on Friday. Like I said, my memory's not good, so I don't know.
The only reason
I was there.
you needed a rental car was because you needed to have a car that was not connected to you, correct? In order to commit this crime. And that's the reason you asked Paula to rent you a vehicle that day.
Well, I was going to rent it myself.
But you didn't.
No, I didn't.
You did it on purpose through Paula so it wouldn't be in your name, to remove yourself, right?
That would help. That would have helped, yes.
However, you tried to tell the jury that you had the car since Friday, and the only reason you had a rental car from Paula was because you needed it while you were fixing your cars.
And I was trying to fix my cars with
The
it.
problem is, sir, as I've told you, that you didn't get the rental car until that morning,
That's argument.
right?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have a enterprise rental car contract. May it be marked as People's 278.
Do we not have that in another exhibit, or am I wrong?
I don't know. It might be inside of the PowerPoint. But rather than hunt for it,
So marked.
I'm going to mark it, if that's okay with the court. I'm showing you this. Remember going to Enterprise Rental Car with Paula?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah?
I remember going to Enterprise.
With Paula, right?
I think so.
See here, timeout, 11:01 a.m. Yes?
I do. I see it.
And the rental company, the enterprise company that you went to, that was one that was in Canoe Park, correct?
Yes, it was.
And if we look over here to the left, this is the address where Paula and Sean used to live, right?
I'll take your word for it. You have all the paperwork. I have nothing. I can't go off memory of any of this, so I don't know. So I'm going to take your word for it.
But you've been to their home.
I don't know the address.
Was it in Chatsworth?
It was in Chatsworth.
And then do you see here it's a silver note?
That's what it says.
Showing you a still from a video at 4:18. Do you recognize this person here in the green Sean Jones sweatshirt?
That's me.
Yep. See the time?
I see the time on the image.
Do you know where this location here is? Just at the corner?
Yes.
Where is that?
I don't know the streets, but it's down the street from our house.
So that was 4:18. And I showed you that Viber message from Monica. It was at 4:46. Do you know how long you were inside the Sementilli house for?
I wasn't keeping track of the time at that moment.
Okay. Well, see the Porsche there at 4:53?
I do. I see the Porsche.
Yeah. Would that be you driving the Porsche
Yes.
away from the crime?
Yes.
So again, at 4:46, you were inside the Sementilli home, right?
Or on the property or something, somewhere in there.
All right. So your story today is that Christopher Austin was with you at the Target, but for some reason he stayed in the vehicle when you went in?
Yes.
And then when you reparked the vehicle to the back of the lot, he once again is still inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever mention that in any of the prior interviews that you had with the defense team in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I wasn't asked.
And so you felt that only giving up certain information was, as you said, being very truthful and honest with them.
That's argument.
I'm going to allow that.
At that particular point, I'm trying to get information from them.
You knew that they were trying to get information from you, right? That was the whole point of them interviewing you over and over and over again,
Objection.
right?
That's argument.
Overruled.
No.
That's not true. They didn't interview you.
They did
over and
interview
over.
me, yes.
And in which interview did
Don't
you
ask, I don't
ever
know.
tell them the truth?
I told them bits of truth in all of them.
Bits of truth.
Bits of truth, actually a lot of truth on a lot of them. Some things I
A
just
lot of
left
truth.
out. Yeah, some things I left out, and some things I changed to protect people, like Chris. So yes, I lied to protect Chris.
But at some point, they told you that Chris Austin had been arrested. And then you turned around and told them about Chris Austin. So once the cat was out of the bag, so to speak, why didn't you tell them that Chris Austin was just sitting there in the car when you were at Target?
I don't think it has to. I don't know. There wasn't asked, so there was no reason for me to give them the information, and there was no use of it. So what was the purpose of that?
Maybe to show that you were telling the truth versus now making up yet another version of a story?
Objection. That's argument.
Sustained.
And then I think you said that you went to the gym that night, right?
I said that.
Isn't that what you told the jury?
Yes, I did.
Who's Bob Bagley?
He's another racquetball league director.
And isn't it true that that night you never went to LA Fitness? And so Bob Bagley ran the racquetball league that night.
Bob Bagley was there, and I asked him to take over for me.
We had testimony in this case from Sheila Salahian, who was there that night, with Ricardo, because Ricardo plays in the leagues on Monday nights. And Sheila told this jury that she didn't see you there that night. She didn't see you, in fact, till the 26th, when you showed up at LA Fitness with a cut on your finger and asked if she and Ricky would go with you to Monica's to pay a call. Does that refresh your recollection?
Bob Bagley was there because I was there, and I'm the one who asked him to take over from me. So maybe you should ask Bob instead of Sheila. I don't know if you did that already, though. But
Objection, non-responsive. Move to strike the entire answer.
Stricken.
Again, does it refresh your recollection?
no, it doesn't.
did you take to LAX to pick up Chris?
I believe it was the black truck.
The Expedition?
Yes.
So the battery was fine when you went to LAX, correct?
Yes.
So it was just glitchy after that.
Yeah, batteries go dead fast.
And what time did Monica tell you she was going to school to pick up Isabella?
I don't remember.
You also, on direct exam, told the jury that when you went to the Sementilli residence, that Austin was in the front passenger seat for a period of time, but then you also, in another question, said he was in the trunk. Which area did Austin ride in on your way to the Sementilli home?
Well, since we jogged to the house, we jogged. So I guess you meant before then. Is that what you're asking?
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Thank you. Again, you told the jury last week that on your way from your apartment,
Okay, gotcha.
once you and Chris put on clothing, that he was in the front passenger seat. And then, shortly thereafter, in another question, you said he was in the trunk. Which area of the car was Chris Austin in when you drove from your apartment to the Sementilli residence?
He was in the passenger seat.
So when you said that he was in the trunk, at what point in time was that? Or was that just, again, another statement that wasn't true?
I think he was in the trunk when we left the apartment, or we were in the apartment before we left. And I don't even remember if it was right at that time. I think it was before time, because somebody came from the apartment complex and I didn't want him seen. So I told him, slip in the back seat, and slide in the back so nobody can see you. That's where the trunk thing came in.
And where was that when
In
you
the-
said
in the-
he was in the trunk in your apartment?
In the garage.
In the garage.
Yeah.
So when the two of you left your apartment, he was in the trunk.
I think so. He eventually got out, but I can't remember. I can't be sure. I can't be sure of that
So
exactly.
which is it? Was he in the trunk? Was he in the front passenger seat? Or is it that now you can't remember?
He was in the car. He was in the passenger seat, and he was in the trunk.
So he was in both.
He was in one or the other, but he wasn't in the trunk the whole time. He was only there for a short period of time.
I see.
Just out of camera range.
I see. Well, people knew he was coming and going from your apartment, so you weren't hiding the fact that he was at your apartment, right? So,
Not evidence, that's argument.
so what exactly, when you say out of camera range, which cameras
I don't know
are
if
you
anybody
referring
saw him
to?
or not. I have no clue of that.
Excuse me?
I have no idea if anybody saw him or not. I don't know.
Okay. Again, he had been staying with you, you said, for a couple of days, right?
Yes?
In fact, last week you told us that he was here for several days, right?
He's here a couple of days.
Okay. And so, again, when you said he moved from the trunk to the front passenger seat once you were out of camera range, which cameras are you referring to?
Okay, I thought you were talking about somebody seeing him. I don't know. Just in case any camera saw him. Any camera.
So again, I'll ask it again. At what point in time did Chris Austin move from the trunk to the front passenger seat?
Probably after we left the underground garage.
Probably.
It's 8 years ago. I don't remember.
So when you told the jury last week that he was in the front passenger seat and you also told them he was in the trunk, were both of those statements, again, false?
No, this is different times. They were just different times.
But you don't even know today which times, and it's only been a few days since you said that to these people.
Sustained.
Do you remember testifying last week that you told Austin to get into the back seat trunk area in order to protect him?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Did you also testify last week that Austin didn't know where to go, that he had to follow you because he wasn't familiar with the area or the streets?
Yeah, he doesn't know the area.
Last week, you said that it made sense that Austin stabbed Fabio so that you must have given him a knife. When did you give Austin a knife?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember saying last week that it made sense when you heard that Austin stabbed Fabio and that therefore you must have given him a knife?
I don't remember him giving him a knife at all. That part I don't remember, but if somehow it just makes sense. And I don't know how, it just somehow makes sense now after the fact.
Okay, what makes sense?
Then maybe he stabbed him. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember that. I really don't remember that part.
Where did you park the rental vehicle
In
on your way to the home?
in some neighborhood.
Which neighborhood?
I don't know the name of it. It's off of Ventura.
You don't know the name of the hood. How many years would you say you lived in the San Fernando Valley, specifically the Woodland Hills, Canoga Park area?
Quite a few years.
So which neighborhood was it?
I don't know the name of it. I just know where the car was.
Okay. Residential neighborhood, industrial neighborhood, commercial neighborhood? Can you give us some description?
It's houses. It was residential.
Okay. And you just picked a location at random on the way to the house?
Pretty much.
And at that point in time, was Austin in the front passenger seat or was he in the trunk?
He was in the passenger seat.
Okay. And so was that because you believed there were no cameras at that location?
Correct.
Okay. And so at that point, when you got out of the car, did you have to put on any clothes?
Yes.
So you were not wearing extra clothes at that time?
No.
So where did you change?
There.
On the street.
In the car.
Okay. And what about Austin?
I don't think he changed. I think he had whatever he had on.
So Austin had a hoodie just like yours, but it was just a coincidence?
What?
You didn't give it to him, right?
No.
So he just happened to have the same kind of hoodie you had?
No, he had a black outfit on, I think.
Same kind of hoodie that covers up over the face,
Oh, yeah,
right?
Yeah, hoodie does that.
But you didn't give it to him?
No.
And from there, where did you go?
We went towards the house.
Okay. And how far was it from wherever it is that you parked in this unknown neighborhood?
It felt like it felt like about 2 miles, maybe 2 miles. Felt like about 2 miles.
So you ran or walked 2 miles?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did you say anything to Austin so that the two of you would be on the same page in terms of your entry once you got to the home?
When we left the car, I told him we're going to go up. We're going to go up, and all I want him to do is be on the lookout from the front door. That is it. That is it.
Okay.
So when we got up, going towards the house, I was actually kind of winded. So I reminded him when we got to the house, remember, just stay to the front, look, anybody comes, let me know, we can leave, we can get out of here.
So you left him at the front door area of the home?
Inside.
Inside?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you get in?
To the back.
Through the back?
Back sliding glass was open.
You told us earlier that you had only been to the Sementilli home a couple of times prior to Fabio Sementilli's murder. How did you know where to enter the home if you had only been there a couple of times?
You know, because I know that going through the front door is covered through a camera. So I'm trying to avoid that camera for now.
And you know that because, again, on June 28th, when your cell phone connected to the Sementilli's home Wi-Fi, that same day, Monica sent you an email with the logon instructions for her home security system, right?
She did. She sent me the log on. Yes.
Okay. And that was so that you could also be aware of people coming and going, the family, from the home, right?
No, it was just for her to say hello to me.
For her to say hello to you.
Yeah, stupid as that sounds, but yes.
If she wanted to say hello to you, all she had to do was pick up the phone, right? Like
Yeah,
you guys did 180 times a day.
No, not right. Not right. Not right.
Not right.
Not right.
So, in other words, she knew about your prior history, right?
Yes.
And you said she was fine with that. We talked about that the other day. You remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
She was okay with the whole sex registrant, underage minor, all of that, right?
Yes.
And yet she sent you the password, her home Wi-Fi, and the login code for the cameras at the Sementilli home where she had 2 teenage daughters coming and going from the home, right?
Yeah, she had daughters.
And so that was so that you could see everybody coming and going from the home and keep tabs on them,
No,
right?
just her. Whenever she said I wanted to say hello, I don't look at nobody else, didn't care about anybody else. Wasn't it?
So if you had only been to the Sementilli home on a couple of other occasions, how did you know where to enter the home?
Because the front door was covered with a camera. And I knew that, so I knew it was best to try the back. And the back, I tried the door, and it was open, and we went through the back door.
How did you know if you had only been to the Sementilli home on a couple of prior occasions that a back door would be open?
Because that's the way I would come to the house, would be through the back door. On
So
the 1 or 2 times that I was there.
The other 2 occasions that you were there.
Or the couple of times. I don't have a count. It was a couple of times. I don't know how many times it was.
You told us one occasion was when you got so drunk out with Monica that you slept over while Fabio was out of town, right?
That's when she brought me over, yes.
And I assume on that occasion you would have come through the front door.
I was drunk. I don't remember.
Okay. So that time you wouldn't have come through this back door, right?
When I was drunk, no. I would come escorted with her.
And you said there was another occasion that you came, and we talked about that in July of 2016 when you returned from the Las Vegas trip after plotting the murder with Chris and going to the Aria to see Monica. You went to the Sementilli home that night with Chris, right?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
And on that day, did you go around to the back of the home to enter?
No, I think it was the front, but I think it was the front. I'm pretty sure it was the
Right.
front.
So on what occasion are you referring to where you came to the Sementilli home and knew the back door would be open?
I don't know the dates. I don't remember the dates.
So how many times had you entered the Sementilli home through the back door?
2, 3, I don't know. No exact number because I don't want to be called a liar again, so I can't give you an exact number. There's no way. I can't give you an exact number.
Give us an estimate.
I don't
I
want to
mean,
do
you
that.
said that it was.
Calling me lying days is coming to an end. So
Oh
I
no,
don't
trust
do
me,
that.
it isn't.
No, it will be.
Sorry, Counsel, that was improper.
When you said you went through the back door because it's usually open, my question is, how many times did you come in through the back door to be able to say to this jury the back door was usually open?
I don't know how many times I was there. A couple of times. I don't know. I don't have an exact number. Sorry, I just don't have an exact number.
So you just took a guess that perhaps the back door would be open that day.
I was going to go to another door, but yes, I was going to try each door until I got in.
And again, now you are all the way up at the house. You're dressed like you're ready to obviously commit some kind of a crime. You have Austin with you. You have at least one knife. And you're now going to hunt around to see what door is open?
Yes.
And you said you jogged about 2 miles from where you parked.
I'm guessing. It was about 2 miles. I'm guessing. It's a
So you're
guess.
just taking a chance. Maybe it's a coincidence that a door will be left open that day.
Good possibility.
Okay. And then you entered the house through this back door. Is that right?
Yes.
How did you know when you entered the house through a back door that Fabio Sementilli wouldn't be in the room that you were entering unless someone told you in advance where he was?
No, I was very cautious when we approached.
Cautious. Right?
Right.
But you can't know what you can't see. Right?
Cautious.
So again, how would you know when you entered through this back door that you weren't entering a room where Fabio Sementilli was?
Cautious. Approaching very cautiously and look to see if anybody's around. Cautious.
Fabio Sementilli was much larger than you, correct?
True.
Much taller than you.
True.
And you were concerned that you would need a second person in order to subdue him in order to commit this crime, correct? Because you just told us you're old, you're
I didn't
tired,
think-
right?
I'm trying to answer you, but go ahead. I'm listening. I'm trying to answer.
So you needed a second person to commit this crime with you.
Actually, I needed the first attempt to work. The second one was a chance.
Second one was a chance.
Yeah, because it could have been just horrible all around the board.
Well, you killed a man that was completely
That's what I said.
innocent.
It's horrible around the board. I said that.
Counsel, may I interrupt you? Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition does apply. Council President, jury, and alternates present. Again, Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Do you know the distance between the target and the Sementilli home?
I do not.
If I were to tell you it's approximately 2 miles, can you tell us why it is that you needed to take the rental car anywhere, bless you, as opposed to just jogging from the target?
Less people, but I wasn't thinking about that. But I wasn't even thinking about that. But I just wanted to be away from people, eyes.
So again, if you were going to jog 2 miles, why didn't you just go on foot from the target?
Less people.
Because that's people.
Less people.
Okay.
Less eyes.
So where was your cell phone?
In the rental.
In the rental.
Yes.
Didn't you need your cell phone in order to monitor the GPS?
That was on the second one. That was on the burner phone.
Okay. So didn't you need your cell phone in order to monitor the GPS, to know when Monica would be coming home? Because you said that you put one on the Ford F-150.
Correct. No, I didn't need to check it. I didn't need to check it.
Why? Weren't you worried she might come home and catch you?
I had a lookout, but no. She said she was going to deal with going to school, so I knew she was going to be dealing with that.
Okay, well, what if I were to tell you she didn't have any plan to pick up her daughter at school that day because Bella drove herself to school?
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Is it possible that, again, you're providing information that's false to the jury?
No, that's what I believed.
That's what you believed.
Yeah.
And you would know exactly what her timing was, considering that you told us you had a GPS on the vehicle she was driving. You would have had exact time to know exactly when she was even on her way home, so that you wouldn't have to rush around, right?
Yeah, if I looked.
So what was the point of having a GPS if you weren't using it the night that you attempted to kill Fabio Sementilli at the strip mall, and you're not using it again on the day that you're going to the Sementilli home to kill him?
It had proximity alerts on the cars, so it would send emails and texts to whatever phone or whatever emails you wanted to send to, and let you know if there's movement. It would let that know if there's movement, and it would tell the address and the distance and all that.
And you said you purchased it on Amazon.
One of them, yes.
And where did you purchase the other one?
It was also on Amazon, but not on my accounts.
On whose account?
Someone I'm not going to mention.
Whose account, sir? Your Honor?
I'm not going to get nobody involved in this. There's enough people involved.
I need you to answer this question. We had a talk, you and I.
I just can't answer that. I don't want to get anybody else involved in this.
Because it's fake, right?
No, it's not fake.
It's another lie.
That's not a lie.
You bought 2 GPS devices through Amazon on some third party's account that you can't name. Does that sound believable to you?
About
That's argument.
It is argumentative.
Answer the question.
Your Honor.
Whose was it?
There's There are people that, if you do not answer this, think that you're lying. If you want them to believe you, answer the question.
It doesn't matter if they believe me or not. I'm telling the truth. I just don't want to get the information out. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when you purchased it on Amazon, you're saying you purchased it now through some third person's account who you will not name.
On my account, it's there.
On your account.
There's one on my account. And the
One
other
on-
ones, I just kept it off my name. That's all.
Got it. And so again, if you had this information on your cell phone, were you monitoring the GPS to see where Monica was?
On that day, no.
So again, wasn't that the whole point of allegedly purchasing some sort of GPS device through Amazon, through some unknown person's account?
No, that wasn't the main reason why I did it.
Okay. So again, you took the car and you parked it somewhere where you still would have to jog approximately 2 miles. Correct?
Yes.
And you leave your cell phone in the car.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Again, so that you can't be traced, right?
That and don't want to lose the cell phones if something happens that goes really, really bad.
Well, how much worse could it possibly get?
I mean, it's bad.
So you go up to the home. You don't know if Fabio's going to be there. You're taking a chance. But you go all the way up 2 miles with Chris Austin with a knife on you, a hunting knife. And how long was the blade on this knife?
On mine, it was about 8 inches, like I told you.
An 8-inch blade.
Correct.
That's a large knife, right?
8 to 6. It's about this big. Not that big.
Your Honor, it's about a foot. Can you show the judge?
Sorry.
I don't think that's the foot, Your Honor.
I'll let the jury decide that. It appears to be about 9 inches.
Okay. So a large knife. And where did you have that knife?
On me,
On you where?
in my pocket.
In your pocket. You just have a 8 to 9 inch bladed
Deep.
knife with a handle in your pocket as you're running 2 miles.
It's in the scabbard. It's in the pocket. It has a little attachment on it so it doesn't slip out.
Like a cover, right?
It's a scabbard, yes.
And you weren't concerned that on this 2-mile jog that someone might think you looked suspicious given what we saw, how you were dressed, and find this large knife on your person, correct?
Oh, I was absolutely nervous as hell. So yes, I did think that.
And you go up to the house, and again, not knowing where Fabio would be, you go around to the back of the home, right?
Eventually, yes.
And then what did you do?
Start looking cautiously to see if I could find him.
Okay? That was after you entered the home.
Yes.
Okay? And what did you do? Where'd you go?
Went through the house to try to see if I could find him. Listen for him. Try
Okay?
to stay hidden. Try to stay out of sight.
Okay?
Until eventually I found him. I told Chris to watch the front. And just if there's anything going on, just come through where I am, hopefully before this thing happened, and let me know, and we can get out of there. If not, I'm just going to keep going.
Well, you wouldn't have had to do any of that had you been monitoring the GPS, right? Because then you would have known
Where he was in the house, he doesn't have a GPS in his pocket.
where Monica was. When you said you were leaving Chris
Not
to
just
see if
for her.
anybody had come home.
Not just for her, it could be anybody. It could be anybody.
Anybody.
Yeah, it could be anybody.
And so it just happened to be luck that day the housekeeper had left at an earlier time, correct?
That I don't know about.
Again, just another stroke of luck, along with the door being open, right?
That I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Monica never mentioned anything about the housekeeper.
I didn't hear anything about it.
Okay. And then you came through the house and went where?
And eventually I wound up to the kitchen area where I saw him sitting at the patio.
Well, the minute that you come out from that hallway on the first floor to where the front doors are, that entire area is open to the living room area, right? There's no doors, there's no wall to hide behind.
Correct.
Okay. So when you came around from the house, you left Chris there totally exposed at the front door, right?
I'm sure he stayed out of the way, hidden out of the way.
And you told us yesterday that Chris was very nervous, so you knew he was moving around, right?
I'm sure he was.
And you also said that you didn't know where he was.
I got a good idea that he was watching the front door, but I don't know exactly if he was to start moving where he was.
Okay. And where did you go?
To the kitchen area.
Okay.
Eventually, that's where I wound up.
And where is it that you were able to see your target?
From the kitchen.
So once you were already in the kitchen, you could see him out on the back patio. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct.
And so as you came into the kitchen, you didn't know, as you turned from the entryway towards the kitchen area, which would be taking a left from the entry into the dining room that leads to the kitchen, correct?
That I didn't know what?
You didn't know if Fabio was going to be there, sitting at the counter.
No, I didn't know. Mm-mm.
And you didn't know if he was going to be sitting on the couch in the family room.
No, did not know.
So as you walked from the front door towards the family room area, that entire area is open.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
With windows that lead out onto the French doors that lead out onto the back patio, right?
Correct.
And so you were basically at that point in time exposing yourself, right?
I was cautious, but yes.
You were cautious, right?
Right.
And so you needed a backup because, as we talked about, Fabio is much bigger than you and much taller than you.
Oh, he's definitely a big guy.
And he could have easily taken you down, right?
Yeah.
So you needed a second person as backup, as I said earlier, in order to subdue him.
I wasn't counting on it, but I wasn't counting on it.
But that was your plan, right?
No, he was a lookout.
That's why you had Chris Austin with you, who was also armed with a knife.
Yeah, he was a lookout. That was it. I just wanted him involved in it.
But you weren't really concerned about someone coming home. We talked about all the things you did that day, which sort of
I'm
indicate
super
that
concerned
time.
about somebody coming home.
I'm sorry?
I'm super concerned about somebody coming in.
Super concerned.
Yeah.
And what were you going to do if someone had come home?
Leave.
Leave.
Best way possible.
Okay. But that didn't happen.
Nope, it didn't.
And so you went through the kitchen, right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there?
Well, eventually I had to pick a time when he wasn't looking, and where I could approach that kitchen door and open it quickly, and just try to hurry up and rush him.
But if you're able to see him, he's able to see you.
He couldn't see me the way he was sitting. He could see me if he looked that way, but I was just waiting for him to look away. And by the time he looked away, it was just too late.
Because you're so fast.
Yeah, I was kind of fast, not anymore, but yeah, I was a little bit fast. But it just catching him off guard. That was all it was.
Okay. And so you told us that you opened the door, right?
Correct.
from the kitchen to the patio,
Correct.
and you did what?
When I approached him, he either heard me or he saw me. And he turned around real fast, and he yelled, and he tried to grab. He grabbed.
He yelled.
Yeah, he yelled like trying to get someone's attention. He yelled, and he grabbed me by my shirt, by my hoodie, by my chest, and my hand at the same time, and squeezed hard and pulled hard, and I just with my right hand I just went up straight up, and I just tried to cut anything I could.
With your right hand?
Yeah, with my right hand.
Okay. And you said Fabio grabbed you by your hoodie and your left hand as he was yelling, right?
By my chest, yeah.
So, did someone hear him and come running?
I guess not. Nobody showed up.
And you said that you struggled with him.
Yeah, it felt like a little struggle, but I lost. Everything happened real fast. Everything was going real fast now. So I'm just trying to get him off me. Eventually, his grip let go, and that's all I remember. That's all I remember. His grip let
So
go.
he grabs your hoodie, he grabs your left hand, but yet he has no defensive wounds anywhere on his hands or arms, right?
I don't know. I never saw the autopsy or any of that.
Okay. And how long did the two of you struggle for?
I don't know. I lost track after I tried to cut him the first time. I kind of lost track of everything then.
What do you mean you lost track?
I blacked
you were
out.
there, right?
I blacked out.
You
I
blacked out.
I just don't remember.
You blacked out.
I just don't remember.
You
I don't
became
remember.
unconscious?
I just don't remember.
Did you fall to the ground?
No, I just don't remember.
You just don't remember.
I just don't remember.
And how many times did you stab Fabio?
I have no idea. I just kept on trying to cut. I just know I was moving until I felt him weaken, until I felt him let go of me.
Well, how many times, since you were the only other person there that survived, how many times did you stab him?
I told you I don't know.
Still rule.
You don't know.
I don't know.
And is he yelling during this entire time?
I don't remember him yelling. I don't remember any of this.
You just told us that he yelled, though.
He
That
wrote
was-
before, as we were doing it, but after I cut him, I don't remember anymore.
Okay. So you blacked out, you don't remember, but you just kept cutting him.
I had to.
You
I'm sure
had
of it.
to.
I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Well, that was the whole point in going there, right?
Yes.
You were there for a premeditated, planned out murder, right?
That's what I pled to.
And your plan was to take him by surprise while he was sitting out in the back on his own patio, minding his own business, right? Right?
Correct.
You wanted to take him by surprise, right?
I said that.
So you basically were watching for an opportune time when he would look away and you could attack him, right?
The lying in wait part, yes.
Yeah, that's lying in wait,
I know what you're doing now.
which you also admitted to in this case.
I know what you're doing.
And so that's what you did.
Yes.
And Chris Austin, did he come out onto the patio with you?
Not at that time.
Okay. At what point in time was he out on the patio with you?
He came out after me because I walked in the kitchen because I was still kind of shook up. I walked in the kitchen because my hand was hurting real bad. I was still panicking. My heart was racing, and I just finally had the oh shit type. It was just it's hard to describe. Then I saw him come out like him in a panic. Also, he was in a panic. He was in a panic. He was in a panic.
Meaning Chris Austin.
Yes.
Okay. And so, what areas of Fabio's body did you stab?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I just know I went up.
You stabbed up because he's
Yeah.
taller than you.
Correct.
And when you saw Austin in the kitchen, was he holding a knife?
No, I didn't see one. I wasn't even paying attention like that, really. I really wasn't paying attention. I was still in shock over it myself.
Well, why would you be in shock? This was
Because I
something
was.
you had
I don't know.
planned for months and months.
I was in shock. That's it. That's it. That's it. I was in
Well,
shock.
you weren't in shock, right? Because you told us last week that you had the presence of mind to go around the house looking for valuables in order to stage the scene.
I still had to do that, yes. But I still was in shock.
Okay. And so you told us that at some point you backed up after stabbing Fabio, right? Remember saying that last week?
I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. I'm sorry. Hang on. Say that one more time, please.
You told us that when you were stabbing Fabio to death on the back patio,
Yeah.
you backed up.
Eventually, I backed away, pulled away, and walked off.
And just left him there to bleed to death. Right?
That's what happened. That's what happened.
And then you told us you walked back into the kitchen.
Yes.
Right? Because at that point you knew Fabio was dead.
Correct.
You
Well-
weren't going to take a chance.
Well, I didn't check for vitals or nothing like that, so I don't know, but I would assume so.
But you knew he was dead. Right?
I don't-
mean, you had
I didn't
stabbed him as you told...
I assumed he was dead. I assumed.
You stabbed
I
him.
assumed he was dead.
You stabbed him in the neck, just like you told Austin he should do the night before, right? To make sure that Fabio was dead.
Yeah, I assumed he was dead.
Okay. And you stabbed him in the neck numerous times, right?
I don't remember that.
You also stabbed him through the heart, in his chest, right?
I don't remember that.
And you stabbed him in his thigh so that you could cut the femoral artery and vessel. So again, he wouldn't be able to get up. Right?
I don't remember that.
You were sure that he was dead because there was no way you were going to allow him to be able to be a witness against you. Right? You were going to get the job done. That's what you went there for. That's what all this planning was for.
Your Honor, this has been asked.
It's overruled.
Right?
I went there to accomplish that, and that's what I did.
Okay. And so again, before you left that patio, you wanted to be sure that your intended target had been disposed of.
For the third time, yes.
So when you told the jury last week that you were unsure if he was dead, that would be again another lie, correct?
Incorrect. I assumed he was dead. I wasn't sure, but I didn't check. I didn't check a vital on him.
Well, you again weren't going to leave to chance the fact that this man might be able to identify you, right?
I believed he was gone.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And when did you don the gloves?
Before we got there.
While you were running?
We had them on when we were running, yeah.
We. You and Austin both were wearing gloves?
We were all covered. We both were covered.
Did you give gloves to Austin?
I think I did.
And when did you give him these gloves?
They were in the car when I got them. I got them. I think that's what I went to Target for, to get the gloves, but I'm not sure.
So you think you bought gloves at
I
Target?
did. I bought them, not him. I did.
You think you bought gloves at Target? I'll say it again.
Yeah, I think so.
2 pairs.
No, just an extra pair. I had a pair for myself already.
Okay. Because again, you had been planning this, as we talked about, for many months.
This has been asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
So you put on gloves and ran 2 miles with your face covered and gloves on your hands?
Yes.
And then you said you looked around the house for valuables, right?
That was part of it, yeah.
And where did you look?
I looked in the bedroom. My time was, I believe my time was running out, so I looked in the bedroom, looked around the kitchen. The next part was trying to create a disarray in the bedroom to make it look like it was a home invasion. That took more time than I thought it was, so I didn't have really time to go around the house the way I wanted to.
So you spent some time looking around the house for valuables, and then you spent some more time looking around the house to create the scene.
No, I went to the bedroom first.
Okay?
First thing to try to do is start pulling out drawers and throwing clothes around to make it look like it was a home invasion.
Okay.
Then I started trying to look for jewelry or anything that looked like it was valuable. I just started grabbing stuff. I didn't do an inventory or nothing like that. I grabbed a pillowcase and started putting it on the pillowcase.
Okay.
And trying to mess the house up at the same time, but I just believed the time was getting short, so I didn't do what I really wanted to do, was go through the whole house, or not the whole house, but a majority of the house.
So which areas of the house did you go through to mess up?
Just the bedroom. That's it. That's the bedroom.
Okay. And you told us, I think last week, that you had clothes there. Remember saying that?
I think I said clothes. I grabbed. I
Clothing?
grabbed clothes. Yeah, it wasn't my clothes. It was clothes that I think I might have gotten her that I grabbed.
You told this jury last week your clothes were there.
I don't think I had clothes there. I don't think I had clothes. I meant probably her clothes that I got for her that I wanted to take.
Wouldn't that cause Monica to know that it was you if the only clothes that were taken were items
I
you
didn't
gave
find
her?
anything anyway. It was me being paranoid. Probably would have. It probably would have. It was just me being paranoid.
So you took clothes that you bought her.
I said if I saw something, I took like a racquetball shirt. That was just me being paranoid, but I took a lot of other stuff too. It was just trying to, anything that I could see that belonged to her that I got, I just was going to put it, take it, but I didn't find too much. It was like a T-shirt or something like that. It was nothing. So as I was throwing clothes around, I was looking. There was nothing there though.
You were throwing clothes around looking for clothes that you had given her now.
No,
Not
I'm just
your
looking,
clothes.
I'm just throwing clothes in general, not just her stuff to pull, to take. Just clothes in general, everything that was in the drawers.
Okay. And then you said you put them into some kind of a pillowcase.
Yes.
Okay. And you also said that there was a safe.
I never said that.
You didn't say last week that you saw the safe and you knew there was a safe? You didn't say that to this jury last week?
I didn't say it like, I don't know what I said about that, but I said, we talked about a safe, and I said, I
Who
thought there was
talked
one
about
there.
a safe?
You did.
This is the first time I've asked you about a safe.
Objection, Your Honor.
You mentioned it.
Excuse me.
First, she indicates she talked about.
One moment.
That's important.
Counsel's testifying. Sustain.
You mentioned in your direct exam last week that you saw a safe.
You mentioned the safe.
Okay. So you don't remember mentioning that in your direct exam to the jury?
I remember we talked about it. I remember we talked about it. I told you I don't remember seeing it. I think that's what I said.
Okay. We'll go with that.
Sustain.
So your testimony today is that last week on your direct exam, you never mentioned seeing a safe. Do I have that correct now?
Overruled.
I remember we talked about a safe. I don't remember seeing a safe.
Okay.
That day.
Okay. Did you know there was a safe?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I think there was a safe in the house. I really do, but I don't remember.
And where did you think the safe was when you said you think there was a safe in the house?
Probably in the closet.
Probably in which closet?
Their closet. Their bedroom closet.
Of all the places in this multi-room house, why would you say that the safe was probably in their closet?
Because I can't remember if I saw it. I saw one before on one visit that I had. I can't remember if I saw it sitting somewhere.
Who showed you the safe?
Nobody showed it to me.
Facts, none, and evidence.
Sustained.
How did you know where the safe was if nobody showed you?
I think I just saw it on a glimpse.
Just a glimpse.
Yeah, I think I saw it subconsciously.
Like in plain view, it just happened to be sitting there in the
No,
closet.
I think I just saw it in the closet. I just didn't make a direct observation and say, hey, I'm going to look for this safe. That wasn't in my head, so I didn't really look for it like that.
What if I were to tell you that the closet, or the safe in this case, is behind a mirror, so it would be hidden?
See, it tells you how much I know. See?
So you said you grabbed a bunch of stuff, any clothing you had given her. What else? What else did you steal?
I said, not any. I said, one piece I saw. That's
Okay.
it. I said I was looking for other stuff, but I didn't pick up anything else. So the jewelry box, whatever was sitting on the counter.
Okay. What
And
else?
just random stuff. I wasn't inventorying. I was just throwing stuff in the pillowcase. I wasn't inventorying or looking, oh, I got this. It was just whatever was there. I just put it in there.
Okay. And then what'd you do?
I think I went back towards the kitchen.
Okay. And then what?
Eventually left.
Last week you told us that you went back out onto the patio for a second time. Do you remember that?
Yep, I do.
Why would you go back out onto the patio where the man you had just murdered would be lying and bleeding?
Actually, I went outside to look over the. There's a little walkway over there. Not a walkway, but like a. You could see people from the street. So I just wanted to take a quick glance over behind the patio to see if there's anything going on. People moving about real fast before we left.
Well, wasn't that what you had Chris Austin posted up to do, to be the lookout at the front door?
Yep, it was.
So why did you need to go back out onto the patio to look for people?
Double check.
Okay. And then what did you do?
You know, that's when I saw there was some paperwork on the ground with a small manila envelope with a little piece of like a gold coin hanging out of it with some documents in it, and I grabbed it real quick. I just grabbed it.
So where was that?
I was on the ground.
Last week you told us it was on a table. So which is it?
was
Is it
by
on a table or is it on the
It was by
ground?
a table.
I'm sorry?
It was by a table.
By a table.
Yeah, it was on the table when he was looking at it, because I remember he was looking at paperwork when I was looking at him through the kitchen,
Okay.
and he was on the phone.
And on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. And so this paper with folder on the ground near a table, what did you do with the papers?
I just grabbed everything, stuck it in my pocket, and trying to get out next. Just get out of there.
Well, if you took the papers, then how would that indicate to somebody that something had been taken? I mean, the absence of something doesn't show anything being
It
taken.
just looked like it was something valuable.
Looked like something valuable.
Yeah.
The paper.
No, the gold coin in the envelope
But you said you took the papers.
that was in the envelope.
So you took the papers, you took the envelope, and you took a gold coin.
The gold coin. There was a couple of gold coins, not a couple.
A couple.
There was more than a couple.
Last week you said a gold coin, meaning a singular. How many gold coins today do you recall?
It's overruled.
How many gold coins do you remember today?
Oh, how many I remember from that day? I think it was like 8.
8.
I'm guessing 8, 9.
And then did you, even though you were in a rush, start looking through the papers?
No.
You didn't. So if you told that to the defense team, that part would also be a lie, or is today the lie? Which version?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Which version of the story is true?
That's argumentative.
That's overruled.
You're getting more detail today, so I'm giving you more details.
I see. So again, which version of the story is true?
Well, why don't you ask me the question? I'll give you the truth answer.
Objection, non-responsive, move to
Sustained.
strike. Which version of the story is true?
The more detailed version has been the truth. It's the one I'm telling you now.
I see. So whatever you told the defense last week would be a lie.
I wasn't detailed with them.
Okay. And then after you decided to take the folder, the papers, and now you said, I think it was not one, but did you say 8 gold coins?
Roughly some 8 or 9. 8 or 9. Everything was happening fast.
And where were these 8 or 9 gold coins?
They were in my pocket now.
And where were they before they were in your pocket?
They were on the ground, on the patio,
Scattered?
in the envelope.
They were in an envelope.
That's what I told you.
So all of them were in the envelope?
Yes.
Just loose coins?
They were all in the envelope.
Again, were they loose coins?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
So ruled.
I don't know what he means. There's just some. They were just in the envelope.
Loose.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you dumped out the envelope, they would
yes,
be loose.
yes.
And then what did you do?
Unless I'm missing something else, get out of there.
Okay. So where do you go?
To the car. Actually, before the car. I saw the keys on the car. Time was running out. I knew it was running out.
You saw the what?
The keys to the car.
Okay. Where were those?
They were on the counter.
Okay.
One of the 2 counters. I can't remember which one.
Okay. When you say the counter, are you talking about the kitchen area?
Yes.
Okay. So then what?
Then went to the car. Got into the car. Left.
Okay. And on before you left, did you take anything else?
I might have. I might have. I just don't remember. I might have. I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't doing an inventory of everything. I was trying to get out of there.
Did you stop to take the DVR?
Oh, see. Yes.
So where was that?
That was in the garage.
Okay. And who showed you where that was?
Let's follow the wires.
Okay. So there were wires that led you there.
Can't miss it.
They just had them
You can't miss it.
laying around that
Wires was,
led.
you can't miss it.
Well, you were there the day, as we talked about, that the surveillance system was installed. We talked about that this morning, right? June 28th?
I don't remember being there when this thing was installed. I really don't remember that.
Okay.
I really don't remember that.
And so you took the DVR. Tell us why you decided to do that.
So there's no record. There's no media.
How did you know that the DVR wasn't cloud-based?
I didn't.
So you took the DVR not knowing if it contained any recordings at all?
Not really sure, but I took it anyway.
Okay. You hadn't had a prior conversation with Monica about the DVR, had you?
I hadn't had a conversation with her about it.
Never.
I know that she was getting a new system. She said it was getting upgraded. That was way before that day. He said that he wanted to get it done.
And so you took the DVR, right?
Correct.
Where was that?
In the garage.
Where?
It's been asked and answered.
Ruled.
Well, if I didn't take it, I don't know where I got it from, but I took it. I can't remember exactly where it was anymore.
Okay.
It had to be me to take it, right? Yes?
And so after you took the DVR, did you do anything else?
Not that I remember. It's a long time ago.
Did you turn off the power to the house?
I think I did.
Why?
I did. I think I was trying to get him to get out of that chair to
Who?
come into the house, Fabio. I think that's what I was. Yep, I was trying to get him to get out the chair. I wanted him to come in the house, but he wouldn't come.
So you're now telling us, in yet another version, that when you first got to the house, you turned off power to the house?
No, not at first. It was like, it was when I first went into the kitchen and saw him. He wouldn't come in. I wanted him to come in.
He wouldn't come in. Did you call him? Fabio, come in here. I want to stab you to death. I mean, how did you get him to, what were you doing that you said he wouldn't come in?
He wouldn't come in on his own. He wouldn't just walk up and come in. I wanted him in the house, but he wouldn't come in the house.
What do you mean he wouldn't come in? Did you call to him? Did you talk to him?
No, I just wanted him to come into the house. I was waiting for him to come to the house, come inside, but he wouldn't come in.
He wouldn't come in.
Yeah, he didn't come in. He just didn't come in.
Well, did you try to get him to come into the house?
That was the reason why I tried to. I cut the power, so he would check the fuse box.
I see. So you waited for him while he was out on the porch, right? On the patio.
Yeah.
You said he was reading through some papers, right?
Yes.
Talking on the phone,
Yes.
and he wouldn't come into the house.
No, not necessarily in that order, but yeah, he wouldn't come to the house, but because he was still there for a while.
So you went past where he would see you through the glass French doors to where? To turn off the power to the house.
Through the door, through that garage door.
You went through the kitchen door into the garage and did what?
I cut the fuse box power.
How did you know where the fuse box was?
I was looking for it. I had no idea where it was.
It wasn't that there were wires again that you could just follow like you did with the DVR?
You know, most people have garages and their fuse boxes in the garage. Most.
I see. So, again, you're pressed for time, you're panicking, Fabio won't come in, and you're going to try to lure him into the house, right?
Trying to get him to the house if I can.
Got it. And so,
I'm so sorry. Let's take our adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admission applies and I'll discuss this case among yourselves. If anyone else or former expressing opinions of the cause, it's not submitted to you. See you tomorrow at 9.